Hey, what's up, everybody? How's it going? It's Thursday night. That means it's TCH Live 2-5 Match the Stack here. TCH Live on YouTube. Thanks for tuning in here, and we're going to get things going here right off the bat with a nice $10 bomb pot. Joining me here in the booth tonight is a long-time OG of the Texas Card House. We got Preston in the house, and not Prestige Preston, but the other one, as is frequently sort of, the banter that we get around here. They also even put the other Preston Prestige on the list.
Times. Yeah, I played here a lot last summer. I'm actually at school in California now, but I'm back for spring break and wanted to get an opportunity to jump in the booth. So this is going to be fun.
Heck yeah, man. Looking forward to it. Well, thanks for joining me, and thank you to everybody else for joining us as we get started here with a PLO bomb pot. And it looks like we've got one player choosing not to play, but we are going to jump right into this. So let's see who comes out with the best fit on this flop. We got Queen 5-4 here, Rainbow. And we'll get all these cards scanned in. We got a lot of familiar faces here. Let's take a look around the table. We got B. Hold'em Dre. That may be a new person. We got the Spaniard. I'm seeing a couple of names here that are new. We got some regular faces as well. We got Pratt here, Tillman, Albert, of course. And I know we got Bryson here. Is that B. Hold'em?
Bryson is B. Hold'em. Yeah,
okay.
He told me he was jumping in.
Gotcha. Alrighty, so we got a bunch of folds here after about a 90 from Joel and Bryson. No. B. Hold'em is this gentleman over here in the two seat.
Right.
So Bryson is going to be something else. We'll keep an eye out for what his screen name is for tonight.
He always has an interesting one for sure.
All right, B. Hold'em is going to turn a straight, but it is no good as Joel has the higher straight. So this could be dangerous. We got nuts against second nuts here, and backdoor club's not working for either player. Joel going to go ahead and bet 270 after B. Hold'em checks once again. And yeah, this was sort of the wrap that B. Hold'em was trying to hit here. So he's got to feel like he's going to be best a lot of the time. I don't see him folding. So he is going to go ahead and put in the call. With the second nuts, Joel here with the stone colds.
Yeah, and these bomb pots getting second nuts is always very precarious. You never really feel too confident about it, but you kind of just have to put the money in sometimes.
Yeah, especially when your head's up. Okay, we're going to get a board pairing 7 here on the end, and this is just going to go check now, as Joel will happily take the pot when he could have been up against a boat. But it's just going to save B. Hold'em money. If that was a non-club, non-board pairing card, I think there was another pot-sized bet going in and probably getting called.
Yeah, board pair definitely saved the stack there for sure.
All right, so nice little one there right off the bat, though, for Joel. And we'll continue along to some Hold'em, which is the name of the game here on Thursday nights. 2-5, no limit Texas Hold'em. The 1K max buy-in to start, and then you can match the big stack after that. So we'll see who takes that option as we move along and get these stacks nice and built up.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a good game tonight. A lot of regulars from the 2-5 game on the stream, so it should be a good game. A lot of action, I feel like.
Yeah, and then we'll get to see some of these new folks too, and see what they bring to the table.
For sure.
Kevin here under the gun. He's going to go ahead and let go of the ace-8. And Jared here, been playing a fair bit with him here recently. I know you've been tangling with him on the 2-5 streets as well. He's going to raise this up to $20.
Joel opting for a 3-bet here. I like it. A little bit larger oversizing too, 80.
Yeah, against the under the gun +1 range, king queen off is going to be in a little bit of trouble. So goes for the 3-bet just to kind of find out and just takes it down. So nice little move there from Joel.
Yep, nice little snug fold from Jared as well.
So how you been enjoying your time back here in Austin?
It's been nice. I don't get as much time to play at the stakes that I would like to out in college. So it's nice to be back playing where I played during the summer and meeting some of the same people. It's more of a social. It's a social thing and a money thing, you know. So it's nice to play and pursue my hobby at the stakes that I like. is great.
Heck yeah, I know we've been chatting at the table, and sounds like the dorm games and stuff are pretty small. And that's what I remember from my undergrad years as well, is that, you get a bunch of college kids in there who are kind of scrapping for free food and stuff like that at all of the social gatherings that the school puts on. So they're not going to be playing real big, but every once in a while you'll run into a crowd of kids that have their hands on a little bit of cash and they're willing to put it in the middle. So I don't know. Turn over some rocks. Find yourself a big game out there.
I'm trying my best. We're seeing if we can get something bigger next year. But yeah, you're right. It's the smaller games are getting a little bit tedious, but it's nice to hang out with friends and still, just play the game I like. Stakes aren't too important to me, but it is nice to play bigger stakes again for sure.
Excellent. We got the Sam Hoyle here saying that my mic is super hot. I'm guessing that he's talking about me. So we'll take a look and see if we can get that turned down just a little bit. Thank you for that. And, of course, at any time, if you ever notice anything, either the sound is not working, you notice something else that isn't quite right, please do let us know in the chat. We'll try to keep an eye out for that, and it always is appreciated. All righty, got ourselves a $10 straddle here, as we'll just make sure all the cards are in order, and we'll move right along here. So let's see. We've been getting tons of action here. Have you been watching the TCH Dallas live streams?
I watched the infamous Donkey play on the TCH Dallas live stream. Looked like a great action game, and I'm excited to watch it. I didn't watch this week's, but I did watch last week's. But I'm excited to watch the replay because I am a little bit behind now that I'm back home. Get more time to watch in college for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, no, those games have been playing ridiculously big, so it has been real pleasure to watch. I mean, that 5, 10, 20 game, I mean, it's just absolutely bananas. So
nuts for sure, yeah.
Yeah, so for anybody out there who is looking to add a couple more nights of TCH Poker live stream to your calendar, we've got that coming to you. I think we're up to like 4 nights a week now, and yeah, there's tons of good. 6 with the tourneys, that is correct. So 6 nights a week you can get your TCH live on. As we do have the weekend tournaments being live streamed as well. So, all right, let's take a look at the action here. We've got a raise to 20 from Bryson there in the 9th seat. So he's just going by Bryson tonight. Albert in the 1 seat, going to go ahead and just flat call with the ace-jack offsuit. It's going to bring in Jared and Joel, and we're going to go 4 ways to a flop.
Yeah, Jared definitely could have taken the high variance line and decided to 3-bet that as well, but I think considering stack sizes, it's okay to just flick it in sometimes.
Mm-hmm. All right, King 10-5, 2-tone board here. That's going to give Jared an up and down straight draw to Broadway. Joel here got a gutter and backdoor diamonds. We're going to check all the way through, pick up a 5 of hearts here on the turn, and Bryson with the pair of deuces is still good. Can't be feeling too great about his hand, but with it checking all the way through, he can go for a little bit of a, I mean, he had the pre-flop aggression. It's not really a probe as much as just like, can I win now? Because my hand doesn't want to see another card.
Yeah, 10s are going to have a lot of trouble calling here. It's really just going to be kings and flush draws, and if Bryson chooses to check back, to check or to fire again, he can win a lot of times with aggression.
Mm-hmm. Albert is going to call with a gutter to Broadway of his own. And Jared here with the up and downer. I feel like, yeah, you can definitely just peel one off here. You're getting a pretty decent price, and if you hit a non-club card, I mean...
Yeah, not looking that way, though. Looking like he's going to pop it up. I think I saw about 315, 330 come out of him.
Okay.
275.
Yeah, right you are. Check raise here on the turn. Out of the big blind, Jared recognizing that his range definitely fits in with the board pairing 5. And that is going to get Bryson out of the way pretty quickly. And now back over to Albert, who's got to be thinking, okay, well then. Probably just 4 cleanouts and then maybe only 3, so you never know. And he is going to let that go. So really nice move there from Jared, recognizing his range advantage on that board pairing 5. So good for him.
Yeah, picked up a lot of dead money, recognizing the weakness of other players. Super, super well done.
All right. So Jared going to take that pot down, and we'll move right along here on TCH Live. We got a bunch of Go Joels here in the chat, so Joel getting a little bit of love. Caitlin Komeski here in the chat says, flick it in. What's going on? We got Anderson as well. Mike Youngblood. All of the cool crew are here tonight.
Yeah, I had the opportunity to play with the first time for Caitlin this morning. It was a super fun experience.
Very nice. Yeah, so I guess you'd never run into her before then, huh?
I had not. Yeah, no. She started playing right back again right when I left for college in late September, right around the time that I left. So
okay.
Super cool to play with people that just decided to jump back in after I left.
Yeah, for sure. All right. Carlo Avarello here in the chat. What's going on, buddy? And let's see here. All right, let's take a look here. We got ourselves a race to 60 here. B. Hold'em in the hijack, 6-5 offsuit, getting called in 2 spots by the Spaniard and Tillman. Spaniard here going to flop second pair, king kicker. That is going to be the best of it at the moment. Tillman does have an up and down straight draw. And B. Hold'em has missed this by just about a mile, but they're going to check to him, and he says, you know what? I'm going to bet this. There's an ace out there, and a lot of times these guys are just going to fold. But at 125, this might get through the Spaniard, but I don't see Tillman going anywhere just yet. And as I say that, the Spaniard is reaching for chips. Always tough being the man in the middle in these situations, especially when you have a marginal made hand like second pair.
Yeah, super hard to face 2 streets of aggression on these, and you never really know where you're at in these, unfortunately. But he just decided to call.
Yeah, Tillman actually lets go of his straight draw. Would have paired the 7 here on the turn, perhaps thinking that with the club draw out there that 2 of his outs are dead, and just sort of playing cautiously. We get to a turn here, and B. Hold'em rips it in for his last remaining 305. This is just under a pot-sized bet, and the Spaniard can't continue. And B. Hold'em, 6-5 offsuit, gonna get it through. All right.
Love it. That was super fun. Yeah, the King 10 facing another street of aggression just had to muck it in, which is a problem with calling in middle position.
Yep. Always a challenge to win with those middling pairs on ace-high flop. Alrighty, so we're up to just about 157 of you fine folks joining us here. If you would take a moment, help us out, hit that like button as we continue here along the evening. And we'll get those numbers pumped up. All right, and as it is the month of March here at TCH, Austin, come on in and play for at least 5 hours to get yourself a nifty little discount off of your hourly rate. Play for 5 straight hours, you get 20% off. Play for 7 hours straight, you'll get 30% off. And play for the real grinder, 10 hours straight or more, get 40% off your hourly rate here at TCH Austin. All right, this time going to get a raise up to 20, couple of callers, and 6-5 deuce, couple of clubs out there. Tillman, bottom pair. Joel, second pair. And Kevin, just a couple of overcards.
Looks like he's going to take an aggressive line here.
Yeah, check over to him as the pre-flop aggressor. He puts out a $25 C-bet, gets called by Joel and Tillman. 3 ways to a turn. 8 of diamonds doesn't change much.
I think if Kevin decides to go again, he's going to get it through here.
Yeah, it's a little bit tricky. I mean, when you get called, especially by the big blind here, I think it's, you know, with the 2 overcards, you would just have only pair equity at this point. Pretty tough to think that you're going to get that one through, but he does fire again, and his opponents do have the hands to fold. So there you have it. Kevin taking it down with 2 streets of aggression.
Yeah, a little bit lucky that he ran into 2 small pairs, but nice that he took it down.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely can continue betting. I mean, he has all the big pairs and everything, so certainly can tell the story and be representative. I think that hand is just kind of tough. It doesn't really do a whole lot for you, but I mean, I guess who needs equity when you can just bet and everybody folds, right?
Yeah, those queen 10s, king jacks are so enticing to call 3-bet and just mix it up with, but you always seem to lose money with them.
I certainly do if I try to do that nonsense.
Bryson just rips it in first hand, decides all in for a K. Call me if you want.
Interesting. Wow.
Makes Albert fold the 8s. Wow.
Wild. Okay. This is bizarre. So Bryson really coming to...
Blind, yeah.
Yeah.
The 9-8 kind of signified the blind to me, yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah, Bryson, uncomfortable with everybody just having $1,000 in front of them. Definitely wants to pump that up. And now over to Kevin here. This is $1,000 blind. You got ace 10 suited. What do you do?
I mean, was it announced that it was blind, do you know? Or it was. Interesting fold by Albert, actually. He snap folded pocket eights, but Kevin decides to rip it in with the ace 10. I think it just depends on how much money you have behind and how much money you're willing to gamble with, right?
Yeah, I think the difference there for me with the eights versus the ace 10 is that the eights had to go through the whole rest of the table.
For sure.
And so when you put it in there and somebody else comes along, like you're going to be way behind, like a lot of the time and flipping the rest of the time.
Yeah. Oh, interesting turn here. Doesn't hit. Oh, they're running it twice. Okay.
Running it twice. Okay, so Kevin gets the first one here. There's a 9. Bryson looking to hold on to half the pot.
He hit
and
the
he's
straight.
Not gonna
Wow.
get it. Yeah, Broadway here. So both boards going to work out for Kevin. And Bryson is going to get stacked, playing a little bit wild. Putting 1K in there just to kind of see what happens. And, yeah, Kevin, the happy recipient of that. So now Bryson will go ahead and add on, and I imagine he'll stack up to whatever Kevin has in front of him, which should be somewhere north of 2K.
Yeah, the only reason to go all in blind is just to buy in for the amount you lost. Seems like a great strategy.
Yep. And Caitlin here in the chat saying, doesn't running it twice defeat the purpose? I was sort of thinking that myself. I was like, wait, why are they running it twice if that's the point? But you know what? You got to do whatever you got to do.
And the outcome was still the same, which good for Kevin for sure. Nice to wake up with a semi-premium hand on a blind shove.
Yeah, Jimmy McMuffin here asking how deep the eights were, the player with the eights. I'm not exactly sure. We'd have to go back and look, but I'm not sure if it...
I don't think it really even matters. It's just a blind shove. It'd be,
yeah. Yeah, there you just have to worry more about the players behind you, right? Like, yes, eights is going to do well against any random hand, but once you factor in, like, 7 players acting behind you, it's like, how often are eights going to be good all the way down the line?
There's also a case for saying you don't want to handle the variance of being in there with eights for $1,000, which I can completely understand.
Mm-hmm.
Joel,
I agree.
Just getting lots of love in the chat.
Yeah, Abby here sort of really gobbling up all of the real estate in the chat with Joel's and Jorals. I appreciate your love and support for Joel, and we definitely encourage you to continue to do that. But the more Joels and Jorals that we see here, the less that we have to see of other people saying things. So, keep maybe just tone it down a little bit. All righty, but glad to see that Joel's getting some love. All righty, we're going to continue along here after that wild and crazy hand. We got B Hold'em here, 8 deuce of spades under the gun +2. Just going to take a little bit of time and let it go.
Yeah, looks like we had a couple other add-ons too from Jared. I see a couple pink chips being added. David, a couple pink chips being added as well. So really juicing up the stack sizes in this game, Bryson.
Yeah,
Bryson very well.
Yeah, he did. He mission accomplished for sure. All right, Pratt here going to go ahead and raise this up to 50 with 2 black kings. Tillman, 2 black 5s, is going to call out of the straddle. And bingo bango, there's a 5 right on the flop. There's also an ace, which is probably going to be difficult for Pratt to put too much more money in the pot.
I think a club on the turn would incentivize action, but besides that, it's not going to get too far.
Yeah, although Tillman is likely to check raise this a lot of the time. Bet of 65 from Pratt, and back over to Tillman, who he's actually cut out just calling chips here, so we'll see. If he does just call, which he does, I imagine this is going to go check on the turn. 3 of spades doesn't change much. Tillman does check. And let's see here. The difficult thing here for Pratt is like what worse hands call when you bet again. I mean, maybe a 9 isn't folding just yet, depending on the size of the bet, but
flush draws, but king of clubs is not the best card to have when targeting flush draws, and maybe a gut shot that wants to flick it in, but hard to have a gut shot, and Tillman isn't really the customer to charge there.
Yeah, and I think this bet size is a little bit large for Pratt. He goes 155 here, basically saying, like, no, I've actually got an ace, and I'm going for big value, trying to get, like a weaker ace to call me. But, in fact, he only has the kings. Back over to Tillman, who shoves it all in.
Yeah, another problem with betting here on the turn is once you get shoved on, there's bluffs in their range too, and you're like, well, kings are pretty good. Maybe does he really have an ace? No.
Yeah.
So you might find a call here and tilt yourself into a call after betting the turn, which is another problem with betting it. But we'll see what he decides to do.
Yeah. I can't imagine him calling in this spot. But this is the danger, and this is the danger with pretty much any time you have a hand that's vulnerable to, like, putting you in this spot, right? It's always like, well, if you're gonna bet and then someone check raises you all in, and now you're gonna sit there and be like, oh God, what just happened to my life? Well, then maybe you should have thought about that before you put in the bet, and then then you could have avoided the whole situation, right?
Yeah, always nice to go in with a plan when you make a decision if you do get raised.
But as it stands, we got Pratt here sort of thinking it through, going to try to figure out if his opponent is up to no good. And he doesn't have any additional equity. It's just a king, right? Like if in his mind, he's like, no,
wow.
He does have the ace. Yeah, he's not giving Tillman credit here. Meaningless 7 of spades here. Tillman will turn up the set of 5s, and Pratt will say, good hand. Pay this man his money. And 792 going over to Tillman. He'll get a nice double up there.
Yeah, super nice to get paid with sets. It's one of the most profitable things in poker is making money with your sets. So nice that he could accomplish that there.
All right. Taking a look at our VPIPs here. Joel and Tillman up there at the 50% mark. Obviously, it is early, so those numbers are going to change. But good to see that we got some players coming to mix it up. All right. Climbing up on the viewership here, almost up to 300. Help us out. Hit that like button if you would. And let us know here in the chat where you're viewing us from. We'll give you a little shout out and just kind of see what corners of the earth y'all are joining us from.
Beholden deciding to open up the king-queen off here. Folding around, bunch of junk.
Joel, though, he's got ace-7 off in the cutoff, and he's going to come in for a limp. And the Spaniard is going to see this action in front of him on the button with an ace of his own. He says, nah, it's time to pump this up, see if I can get all these guys to fold out. I don't mind this play. Like, I think this play is going to work a lot of the time, but the sizing may be a little bit small.
Sizing a little bit small, and I think it'd obviously be preferable to have a suited combination of these cards. But I think, yeah, if you're going to make a light 3-bet with this for this sizing, it's got to work more often than just get call a lot.
All right. Dre there in the 3 seat adding on. So I think a lot of these stacks are going to be up north of 2K here, if not already here momentarily. All right. We got ourselves a 9-6-5 two-tone flop. The Spaniard does control the ace of spades. B. Hold'em has whiffed this, just 2 overs to the flop, no backdoor straight or flush draws. Checks it over, and the Spaniard fires out a continuation bet of 125. And B. Hold'em here in a pretty rough spot with just the king high. Just going to let it go. So the Spaniard with the continued aggression, they're going to take down yet another pot.
Yeah, very nicely done on king-queen on that board. Just super hard to continue and do anything with. So fold's pretty much the only option. We got a lot of answers, though, on where we're getting from. We got St. Louis, Vancouver, Mexico City, Houston, New York, Amsterdam, all the way from Europe. A bunch of Floridas, Detroit, Michigan. My dad's from Michigan. Tell him hi. Ireland. That's super cool.
Nice.
So a couple Euros in the chat, looking to learn how to play against us. Americans.
Yeah. Have you spent much time up in the Midwest?
A little bit. I've been to Michigan probably 3 or 4 times. My mom's from Missouri, so I've been there a couple times. But not a lot of action there. I'm mainly visiting the coasts. But I have been to Amsterdam for the one guy from Amsterdam. I was there for a couple days.
Oh,
And
that's cool.
Amsterdam's super cool.
I have not been to Amsterdam, but one day. All right, Jared here raises up from early middle position with 10-9 suited, and Pratt next to act finds a couple of aces, 3-bets it up to 110. Folds through. Tillman out of the small blind, going to go ahead and let go of the ducks as well. And that's going to get through the rest of the blinds and straddles. Back over to Jared here, 10-9 suited, out of position. $75 to call. I think you can definitely peel one off here. I think this is definitely reasonable enough hand to do it with. He's going to, and we're going heads up to a flop here, and look at that. Jared is going to flop an up and down straight draw.
Let's see if Jared decides to pop this up or just continue with a call to Pratt's bet, as I assume he's going to do. Jared usually leaning towards the aggressive side.
Yeah, checks it over. Pratt's reaching for continuation betting chips. I don't know. This is a spot that's sort of tricky, right? Like, do you want to check raise all of your straight draws, just some of them? What about the ones with backdoor flush draws? What about the ones without? So I don't know. You can find yourself in some pretty tricky spots, like either over bluffing or potentially under bluffing, depending on how you choose your frequencies here. It is going to go check, bet of 130, and a call. King of diamonds here on the turn.
A lot of ace-kings get there for Pratt, so Jared not loving that card, but he's just playing a kind of get-there strategy anyway, so not too much to matter. But depending on Pratt's bet here, we'll see if Jared decides to call.
225.
A little bit smaller.
Yeah, this is definitely a bet that is going to be enticing. So Jared here, if he thinks that he's got, you know, the 8 pure outs here, it's not quite the right price, but it's not far off. You know, the implied odds could get him over the top, but yeah, I guess I'd probably more expect him to go for a raise here if he's going to continue at all.
Yeah, a lot of fear of even if you get there, a lot of checks occur on the river too, so hard to get full value if you do call.
Yeah, and with the stack to pot ratio here for Pratt, I mean, this is either going to be a check jam all in or, nope, just a call. Just a call to find out what's going on the river.
Yeah, let's see if Pratt goes for 3 streets here on this brick.
Yeah, meaningless 4 of diamonds here does a whole lot of nothing. 6-7 did get there. If Jared somehow had that. Checks for the 3rd time, and now Pratt, does he go for the 3rd street of value? I think that with the front door clubs missing, and you have the ace of clubs in your hand, it's definitely a spot where I'd like to see Pratt jam it all in. Could just very much look like busted clubs that's just going for it. Definitely a lot of club combinations that could have picked up equity on that king of diamonds turn as well.
Yeah,
and if his opponent has something just like a naked jack, might feel inclined to look you up. He's going to go all in. I like that move, but Jared quickly going to fold because he's got just 10 high. All righty, we got some folks here saying they're from Illinois, Houston, Texas, and hello from Las Vegas. All right. So I guess you haven't had the opportunity to go to Vegas and really live up the whole experience out there yet.
Not at all. I'm only 19 years old, so the opportunities that I have to play poker are very far and few, and I have to do a lot of research before I visit a card club, depending on whether I can actually play there, which is quite annoying. But
yeah, well, 2 more trips around the sun and you'll be good to go.
Oh, I know. Can't wait. I cannot wait.
Yeah, we got Mikey Luck here saying who's in the booth. That's my buddy Preston, who used to play here all the time. Man, we used to tangle up in like just massive pot day after day after day, and then you left us, and I've been here fending for myself, you know. But it's good to have you back, man.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
At least for the short period of time. All right, what's going on, my man? Thank you very much.
Yeah, it was nice. I really love the match to stack structure here compared to playing in California. The match, just playing deeper is more of my forte, and playing super short and less than 100 big blinds is very tedious, especially with the high rake in California. So I really love how they do it here in Texas. It's one of my favorite formats.
Yeah. All right, we're going to come back to that because we've got two players here hitting an 8 on this flop. Joel with the better kicker. Dre, I think this is the first hand that she's really gotten involved in, so she does have second pair here. And facing the continuation bet from Joel is going to check call here. Joel was the 3-better pre-flop after Dre had opened.
Yeah. Going to see a lot of checks here on the turn.
Yeah, we get a 7 of hearts here, though. That's going to give Dre 2 pair. Does bring in front door flush for hearts. Joel going to check it, and another heart on the turn. Or, sorry, on the river. Dre here, yeah, going to continue checking, just going into bluff catch mode at this point.
Let's see if Joel decides to turn this into a bluff. Looks like he is. A lot of times it's easy to say a pair and say, oh, I have showdown value. But a lot easier to maybe get a queen off that Dre could have here, which is super realistic. And I really like kind of bluffing your pairs that realistically don't have showdown value when intuitively you think they do.
Yeah, and good move there from Joel as gets that one through. Dre lets it go, and Joel does take it down with the inferior hand. So, yeah, that one is sort of tricky, and knowing when. It's like I sometimes like zig when I should have zagged, right? It's like, oh, God, I got this pair, and especially in that spot, right? It's like you beat all the other 8s, right? And so all of the 8s called you on the flop. Of course, not 8-7, but just all the other naked 8s. So, you do still have the showdown value.
Yeah, definitely a high variance line, too, because there's a lot of queen X of hearts or maybe pocket 5s with a heart that'll just say, screw it, I'm going to call, and you just don't get it through. But I like the high variance play for sure.
Yeah. And Abby Johnson, of course, loving it, giving us the go Joel, let's go Joel. There's no Jorals, though. We missed. She's not dropping the Jorals anymore. I was a big fan of the Joral. Yeah. I actually think Joral is more exciting, more entertaining. But maybe she'll bring out the let's go Jorals here again momentarily. Alrighty, so we've got ourselves a raise from Jared under the gun +1, ace jack of hearts. Joral here. Early middle position, going to flat with the queen 10 off suit, and Albert on the button 9-8 suited. 3 hearts here on the flop, king queen 8. That is going to be Bink City for Jared.
Yeah, that's what we call the nuts.
Checks all the way through, and we get another queen. Joral here's got 3 queens.
Can you announce all the action, please?
And wow, all right. So Jared going to go ahead and bet out now. Says it's time to start building this pot. Checked all the way through, and now I can spring the trap. Bet of 45, and Joral going to put in a raise. I'm just sticking with that name now. I love it too much.
I like it too. Let's see if Jared decides to 3-bet here or just decide to call. I think there's going to be a lot of checks if you decide to call here on the turn. And facing the aggressive line on the river, just getting full value is super incentivized. But it's a tough spot, so either play I think is good.
Yeah, and this is actually the problem with not continuing with a bet on the flop, is that you didn't get the chance to build the pot early. And oh my God, it runs out quads for Joral. This man is just beasting. Jared flops the nut flush, and it runs out queen. And now Jared's just got to be sick to his stomach. I think he may have thrown up in his mask a little bit on that
yeah, I think the chat's going to explode here very quickly.
Yeah, okay. So that's pretty special. So Joral looks down. He's like, do I have quads? I have quads. I do have quads. All right, let me figure out how much to bet with quads.
Yeah, super hard when you flop the nuts and it just goes runner, terrible card. Sometimes you just talk yourself into, God, I had a good hand. Just call it, see what he has. But
yeah, and I really like this play from Joral. He goes for the overbet, which is like fantastic here because the king is always calling. Like there's just there's no amount above, I don't know, maybe 2x pot that a king isn't calling. So he goes for a little bit smaller of an overbet than I think he could have, but unfortunately for him, his opponent didn't have a king. His opponent had a flop flush that just had to fold.
Yeah, nice composure from Jared, too, to just kind of calmly flick that in the muck. I know a lot of people that would kind of look at their hand and be, quite angry. So
Yeah.
nice job from Jared to keep composure there.
Yeah, so that was pretty gnarly. I mean, I don't remember exactly what the equities were, but I think it was something around 4%, right? For
Yeah,
for,
on the
for
flop. I
Joral
think.
on the
Yeah.
flop. Yeah.
Yeah, bumped up to 19, I think, on the turn. But yeah.
This is how this game is just like so fantastic and will never get old. It's just the craziest stuff happens. You know, like, oh, you just run out quads. Like, you've always got a quad draw, you know? Like, you just almost always have a quad draw.
Yeah.
Doesn't always come in, but Joral's showing us how it's done.
And that's what makes the game so great. That's what makes good players want to continue playing, and players who haven't been playing so long to want to continue to chase the action. That's why it's a very good game.
We got another Jared here in the chat. He says, I just throw up in mask after that runoff. This pretty funny wording there. And then we got Jacob saying, I just threw up in my pants after that run out.
Yeah, like I said, a lot of people would have been out of the card house after that run out. So very impressive from Jared to just kind of keep a straight face and say, God dang it, just flick it in the mug very easily.
Yeah, no kidding. My goodness. All right. Well, if you were looking for action and crazy hands, you came to the right place here. So thanks for joining us all here on TCH Live. Thursday edition is 2-5 match the stack. Joel here sitting up at the top, 2.5K. Bryson, Kevin, a little bit over 2K. Dre just under, and the remaining players down at 1.5 or below.
Looks like we got a $40 straddle here, but I wanted to talk about this in the chat. Somebody asked any good steak and barbecue close to downtown. I am a vegetarian, so I have no idea about any of that. But Aaron, do you know anything?
Near downtown. I mean, yeah, there's like the standard stuff. There's Black's Barbecue down there. I mean, I guess it depends on really what you're looking for. But so I'm not familiar with too many of the places down there, but my usual recommendation up on this edge of town is Slab Barbecue, which is just off of 183 and Mopac, pretty much right at the interchange there. And man, that place just, I love it. They'll give you all kinds of different stuff. They'll put turkey and pulled pork or whatever all on a sandwich, and oh man, it's just amazing. The mac and cheese is really good.
Yeah,
So
I've
yes.
heard of Black's downtown. It seems to be one of the go-to spots, so I definitely recommend that for sure.
All right, we got two players here going to a flop after. Oh wait, the Spaniard hasn't called yet. He's cutting out what looks to be 3-betting chips.
Wow. Usually in big straddle pots, people are more reluctant to fold their straddle, so and they'll decide to call lighter. But the Spaniard deciding to go for it here, putting B Hold'em in a really tough spot.
Yeah, and I mean this is going to work in this instance just because B Hold'em has 6 high, but taking a hand like 9-8 that has really no blocking qualities and going for this large size 3-bet, like he's put in 375 and B Hold'em only has 600 and something behind. So imagine B Hold'em rips it in now with any 2. The Spaniard is going to be like, wait a minute, do I have to call with 9-8 off now?
Yeah, which you probably would with, any card that you're choosing this 3-bet to the sizing with, which is what makes the straddle so crazy in this game, especially in the short stack sizes, is if you choose to take an aggressive line, you are kind of committed with it.
Yeah, so I don't know. This is a little bit wild, but B Hold'em is going to let it go.
Snap show.
Yeah, the Spaniard just flicks it across the table, but yeah, B Hold'em may have said, yeah, you had 2 overs. I don't know. And, that would have been like a funny way to say like 2 overs to my 6-5, not a small pair. All righty, well, let's see here.
John asking in the chat if we broadcast from other card casinos. We actually just opened up TCH Dallas's live stream, and they have been streaming actually starting a couple weeks ago. So I think we're streaming 6 days a week now. So if you want to catch Texas card action, this is your place almost every night.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got the 5-10-20 game that happens over at TCH Dallas, and then I think the other game is just a 2-5 that ran last night, so on Wednesdays, as well as our final table streams on the weekends. So be sure to tune in, check those out. We got Albert here, Big Daddy Albert in early, middle position, I should say. Going to go ahead and call the straddle for 20. King Jack offsuit. B Hold'em will follow suit with the 8-6 suited, and Dre now.
Looking like a big raise coming in. a red chip raise.
Yeah, a lot of red chips just went in. She bypassed the blacks and greens. She was like, no, it needs to be the reds. Raises to 125. And Pratt, can I go ahead and just let go of his ace-10 offsuit? Not going to get out of line with some sort of funky cold 3-bet. And this is just going to get through as B. Hold'em has already waved the white flag. I've never seen someone call or raise after they're like, damn it.
Yeah. When the cards go up and they're looking at them this, face up, it's never going to be a call.
Right, you are.
It is interesting to see when people choose to raise with all of their small chips, if that means anything. I just always find it interesting when people raise with white or red chips. It's kind of funny.
Mm-hmm.
See if I can obtain anything from it. Usually I can't, and it means nothing. But
yeah, usually it just means that the player that does it is like either more accustomed to playing lower stakes, so they just typically have those denominations of chips that they're betting with, so they feel more comfortable using those. That's like the one sort of tangible thing that it can mean. And then the other is just like, no, I just want to put a lot of chips in the pot and make you think that I'm like a badass or a baller or something, right? Like, and I don't know. I mean, and who knows? Like, I just always try to do the most like efficient thing possible. It's like if the bet is 125, I put a black and a green chip, unless like there's some extenuating circumstances where like one of my stacks is just like perfectly pristine, right at $750, and I don't want to take a green off it or something,
Yeah. It's there's definitely micro things that are there, but nothing too important. But I do agree that when you have that 500 stack, you're like, okay, I'm just gonna get rid of my reds here. I can't get rid of my perfect 1,000 and in greens. It's very funny the weird ways the brain works.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'm the kind of guy where like when I fill my gas tank, I like try to get it to a round dollar amount.
I do the same thing.
Yeah, like, and I don't know why. It doesn't matter. The gas tank doesn't care. Like my bank doesn't care. But I'm like, I can just get another few cents in there. There we go. All right, now all is right with the world.
I do it with tipping at a restaurant too. I always kind of round it up to the even dollar for no reason at all.
Yeah. Oh man, everybody going through their tips. They're like, why did he give me $3.61? Like, come on, give me $4, buddy. All righty. Back to the action here as we've gone heads up to this flop. Joel here with a gutter to the nuts is going to check call the continuation bet from the Spaniard, who has the overpair. This is not a board that looks particularly favorable to pocket queens, but the bottom card pairing isn't the worst.
Yeah, Spaniard probably going to bet here, and Joel going to be forced to fold on the turn card.
You never know. Things could get spicy.
You do never know.
And Spaniard here looks to be cutting out a large bet.
Yeah, as we've seen, he just showed the 9-8, and wow, all of the money.
I'm not sure I can get on board with that play. You're getting all of the worst hands to fold, all the better hands probably to just snap call you. I mean, what calls?
Yeah, I mean, you're just hoping jacks, tens, and they're probably going to take a long time to call anyway, and just be annoyed with it. So yeah, hard to get full value there when you shove like that. But worked out for him that time.
Yeah, and we've got ourselves a dealer change, which means it's time for another PLO bomb pot. While we're getting that all cooked up and ready for you guys, help us out. If you are enjoying this broadcast, hit that like button for us. Rear back and just smack it with all the might you've got. And let's see here. We got CC saying, where's Big Daddy Chaz? Well, Big Daddy Chaz doesn't typically play on Thursday nights. He's more of a Monday 5-10 uncapped big baller kind of guy. So if you want to watch Big Daddy Chaz play, make sure you tune in on our broadcast on Monday nights.
Yeah, there was also a great stream if you didn't catch it on Monday. Really deep stacks and great action with Big Daddy Chess playing in it. So if you didn't catch the full action there, definitely go back and look at the archives, as I do most nights.
Mm-hmm. We got a couple of things here. So we got Mikey Luck saying, when you fill your gas, end on a penny. That way when you look at your bill, you know it wasn't someone else. I've definitely thought of that as well as like trying to like justify my neurotic tendencies. And I mean, maybe I'm just very fortunate that I haven't ever had to deal with identity theft or somebody getting a hold of anything. But I just haven't had that issue where I've been like, constantly checking my bank account statements and stuff to make sure that somebody isn't like using my card information. But
yeah, it's definitely two different types of personality. Some people check it every day to make sure because they're worried about it, and other people just never check it. I've actually had it happen once to me, in my short time actually having a credit card. Somebody spent like $2,000 on eBay buying car parts, which was
Wow.
very fun to get back, and not very fun to talk to the credit card companies about. But
Jeez.
definitely a good experience for somebody young to get in the fraud streets.
Yeah, you gotta get that figured out nice and
Yeah.
early before your car's extended warranty comes up.
Yeah, it's definitely an experience. Not one I want to repeat, but
Yeah, I did actually. So I remember that happened to me one time as well. I bought something off of, it was eBay or something like that. Entered my credit card information. Maybe it was a different site. I don't remember what it was exactly, but yeah, then somewhere in Florida or something, somebody bought something with my number, and yeah, it was a little bit annoying for a moment, but got it taken care of pretty quickly.
yeah.
Alrighty, we're going to a flop here with all these players. I think we've got, 9-handed, 10-handed here, perhaps?
Yeah, let's scan and see what we have.
King, Queen, 3, couple of clubs out there. Looks like Tillman has got himself a wrap on the bottom end. Pratt here with top 2. And Joel has the only club flush draw, which is a little slick.
Yeah, somehow 55% out of Joel, which is interesting. 9-handed, but yeah, not going to be too excited about 10-handed, but not too excited about the 3 high flush draw, as you are in most bomb pots.
Yeah, but and he's just going to go ahead and fold it right out after a bet of 100 from the Spaniard and 3 other players call. So we still don't know what the, Big Daddy Albert has, but we do know that on this Jack of Hearts, that Tillman is going to make the straight 9 to King.
Yeah, always nice to have 2 10s here, just to lower the possibility of ace 10. But depending on if the board pairs on the river, which it doesn't, we can definitely see a bet here out of Tillman.
Yeah, so the Spaniard going to finish up here with 3 pairs. Does have the 10 blocker of his own.
Wow, he just
Bets 150. Yeah, that's an interesting move. I'm not too sure you want to add more money to the pot. The more money that goes in, the less likely your top 2 is to be good. Albert is going to fold, so he did not have a better hand than 9-10. And Tillman is going to get to turn over his 9-10 and take it down.
Yep, Tillman just opting for a snap call there. Didn't really take too much time to think about it. I think that's it's fine, but sometimes you do want to think about going for value, but I doubt he would have gotten any.
Yeah, and the second nuts there, yeah, I don't think raising there serves much purpose in that multi-way of a situation.
Yeah, especially with 2 people behind, it's very hard to get value from worse hands. So I do like the call, but the snap was interesting for sure. Especially in multi-way pots, it's very interesting when you're the third person and the middle position player just decides to snap it in. Very hard to contemplate overcalling there once somebody snaps it in.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. Alrighty, so we're going to continue along here. We got Bryson putting in a $10 straddle.
Appreciate Mikey saying I am mature than most adults. I try my best. I consider myself an old soul, so I appreciate being called that. I try my best.
Heck yeah, man. Yeah, you've definitely always been one of the more challenging younger players to go up against here in the 2-5 streets, that's for sure. I mean, we get a pretty wide range of players here at TCH Austin, but not a ton that tango in the 2-5 streets that are just like barely over 18. So.
A lot of the younger players will have one bullet, and if they bust, they bust. But yeah, I've loved poker. I started playing when I was 13 years old, and I just as soon as I could start playing for money, which ended up being 18 years old, I had 5 years under my belt of play money. So
heck yeah, dude.
And with a nice starting bankroll, it's always nice to jump in for the stakes that I feel comfortable at.
Yeah, excellent. Alrighty, we're going 4 ways to a flop here as Dre opened from middle position with a couple of ladies and got 3 callers here. We get a 4-4 deuce with a couple of hearts out there flop. Checks over to Dre. She's going to go ahead and continue here. 162 in the middle. She bets 125. Nice, healthy sizing there.
Yeah, really targeting flush draws and pairs like Jared's. But Jared finding a good fold here, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess with the 2 other players behind out of the blinds and straddle, right? It's like there's just not a lot of point in continuing. You're either behind right now against pre-flop aggressor, or you're going to face a check raise and just have to fold anyway. So definitely don't mind it there, and it was a very good fold in that instance.
Hard to think Dre's betting out with ace high on that board. So great fold, I agree.
Yeah. We got Matthew Heckerthorn here. He says, hey, Ron, first time watching live. I watched all the previous episodes on YouTube. You demand. Give me a shout-out. Well, hell yeah. There's your shout-out, buddy. Thanks for coming on in, watching us live, and, man, we really appreciate having you here. And glad that you enjoy this program.
Getting asked if I'm a humble follower of Joel. I have never seen Joel play before, but I mean, I'm beginning. If he runs and gets quads every time, I'm going to start being a religious follower of him.
Oh yeah, we got to read like the book of Joel in order to like figure out like the meaning of life and how to make quads. Heck yeah, I'll read that book if I can make quads.
Yeah, it seems like a very profitable read for sure.
Yeah. Alrighty, 7 deuce offsuit. Not going to get in there and mix it up. Dre here, ace 6 suited. She is going to come in for an open. Taking this up to 35. It's interesting to see the opening bet sizes sort of fluctuate around. You know, like different players will have different sizes or will use different sizes for different classes of hands. It's always sort of fascinating to me. I think you and I are largely in the same boat from my experience with you at the table, sort of having a very consistent opening size.
Yeah, try and balance that so nobody can figure out what I have based upon. Because if I'm raising bigger with better hands and smaller with worse hands, try and balance it out so keep everybody guessing.
Mm-hmm.
Bryson here deciding to 3-bet from the big blind with King Jack suited. A lot of players would decide to just flat, but Bryson opting to make it up, make it larger, and gets it through. So nice job there.
Yeah, I think raising against a button open is pretty standard there in that spot for Bryson. But
well, it was Dre who opened from.
Oh, that's right.
Position,
That's right. And then it was a flat on the button. That's
Mm-hmm.
right. Right, you are. Alrighty, so got. Okay. Just taking a look through the chat here. We got David Dantes in the chat. What's going on, my man? Giving a little shout out to Tillman here. FST has a fantastic question for your depth of poker knowledge.
Yes, he is actually one of my college friends, so that might be the reason why.
There we go.
I don't opt for the Queen 3 suited jam pre-flop, usually, but there are a couple times when I think it, could be profitable, but usually not.
Yeah, I'm usually one to jam that in pre in a tournament when I have like 3 big blinds.
I think that I can completely agree with that.
Yeah. Now remind me, you aren't really a big tournament player, right?
I'm not. I did play a little bit, on the Poker Stars Play Money, which isn't really even a real tournament, but it's hard for me to find tournaments, that have big prize pools in casinos that are under 21. So I haven't really gotten a lot of practice with it, and I'm usually one that leans towards playing hands and playing action, and tournaments are more grindy for me. So and it's just a different skill set that I'm not as much accustomed to, and I prefer to play things that I am better at. But definitely something I can learn as I turn 21 and get better with it.
Yeah. There's a lot of value out there in the tournaments for sure, but the variance is obviously going to be much different, right? I mean, to win a tournament, you're going to have to play a bunch of tournaments, right? I mean, unless you just get super lucky right off the bat and just run like God and crush it. But
even the crushers only cash like 20% of the time or something. So I mean, especially to family and friends, it's hard to say, well, I lost my 14th one in a row, and they're like, wow, you suck. I'm like, maybe. maybe I do, but I also might not. Yeah,
this will happen to someone who doesn't suck. Alrighty, we got ourselves heads up to this flop. Beholdem finding himself in there with just 6 high, and the Spaniard once again will bet and take it. Let's see here. FSD, thanks for answering the question. Is there something special about Queen 3? Like, was this?
I'm gonna be honest, I don't even remember.
Okay.
But I'm sure he is referencing something in our little college game that happened that I don't remember.
Somebody must have ripped it in there like super light with the queen 3.
Which
and,
happens a lot, yes.
Nice. Alrighty, moving right along here on TCH Live 2-5 edition. Got ourselves a $10 straddle here under the gun. Dre going to let go of the Jack 9 offsuit. Kevin going to continue along the same line. All the way over to Pratt. Now Queen 9 of spades. He's just going to come in for a limp in the middle position. Bryson on the button. Not going to do anything spicy with Queen 7 off. Yeah. Albert will complete out of the big blind and be hold'em. Checking his options. We're going 3 ways to a flop here.
Relatively small hand compared to what we've been seeing.
6-4-4. That's going to give B hold'em 2 pair and the best of it. And yeah, considering it just was limps pre, could definitely go ahead and just fire out a little bet here. And Albert going to go ahead and look him up here with the gutter.
Yeah, just drawn to a 5 here. Picks up the club of no use. Let's see if Beholden does decide to bet again. Says, you don't have a jack, dude. He says, yeah, you're right.
Mm-hmm. All right. Ah, the usual suspect joining us here in the chat. What's going on, my man? Good to have you here. And we're up over 500 viewers, so that's looking pretty good. And what do you know? We got 69 likes on the counter. It's a really good number, but let's not keep it there. Help us out and smash that like button. Let's see if we can't get it up over 100 here in the next little bit, as we are coming up on just about 5 minutes away from our first hour of the broadcast. And so far, we've had a couple of really spicy hands. I mean, we had the one flop nut flush ending up folding on the runned out queen, quad queens.
Yeah.
For our boy Jorl.
We had the Bryson shove blind, which was fun.
Yep, the blind shove got called by Ace 10, and Ace 10 held up on 2 boards. Yeah, so a couple of big pots. We haven't seen anything like quite that spicy here in just a little bit, but that pretty much means that we're due.
Yeah, hopefully as the stacks get bigger and people get more accustomed to playing with each other, we can see people deviate and do things they wouldn't usually.
Mm-hmm. And just like feel a little bit more comfortable going for value and yeah. There's a lot to be said for getting the initial jitters out of the way, especially for people that haven't played on the stream before. It can oftentimes take them a little bit of time just to kind of get warmed up and feel like, okay, I'm here. I'm really just playing cards again. Like I don't even, have to pay attention to the cameras and what's going on, and just kind of get into the flow of playing your game.
Yeah, especially with the out-of-towners. A lot of people, a lot of the Austinites on the table, got to feel them up a little bit, spend the hour to decide what kind of cards they're playing with. But it's the Spaniard here who hits the nuts on the turn. Probably not going to get a lot of money from Joel if he doesn't decide to bet, which it looks like he might. Yeah. See if the Spaniard decides to raise or just call here.
Yeah, with position here, you can go both ways. I mean, you obviously want to get more chips in the pot, but if your opponent is going to continue betting, there's really not a lot of good reasons to stop them. It's sort of the traditional thinking.
Yeah, keep their bluffs in and hope they try again.
Yeah, so the Spaniard is going to put in the smooth call here. And Jorl now going to the river here, totally stone dead with just 8 high. Meaningless queen of spades here on the end. And let's see here. If Jorl goes for it, what is he representing?
Looks like he gave up, unfortunately. Well, fortunately for him, unfortunately for the action lovers out there.
Yeah. Okay, so he is just going to check, and the Spaniard must have announced a bet because, yeah, puts the 100 across the line and goes back for more. So bet a 125, and Jorl going to get out of the way. All right, we got Derek and Sierra Whitener joining us here in the chat, dropping the old 420. What's up? Will McCullough asking, what's the buy-in? Can't tell who's up or down. Well, there is a graphic that will pop up periodically that's going to go ahead and show you what their accumulated winnings or losses are. So keep an eye out for that, as the initial buy-in was 1K, but it is matched the stack after that. So if somebody goes up to 2,000, you started with 1, you can add on another 1,000. And that won't be reflected in the winnings and losings as like being up. So all of that will get updated on there. So just keep an eye out for that graphic. And let's see, we had some other stuff here in the chat.
Yeah, I think we had a couple people opt for the larger than 1K buy-in after Bryson decided to blind shove. So a couple people in for 2K or such here. But yeah, once we get that graphic up, you can see the up downs for sure. Albert here sharing diamonds with the Spaniard, who decided to open to 20. Just decides to flat on the button. And Dre coming in with some suited hand from the big blind.
Yep, definitely the correct sound effect for that one. As a lot of diamonds represented in the hands here. Both players are going to flop backdoor diamonds. Spaniard here has a gutter to the jack high straight.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of aggressive lines from the Spaniard. We're definitely ready to mix it up and get in the action. And takes down that pot again.
Yeah. So far, haven't really seen the Spaniard step in it, right? That's always the danger of taking just like the aggressive line every time, is that eventually you're going to, get flop dead or something and then just like step on the gas and be like, oh, I just bet and win.
Yeah.
And that time it's not going to work. All of that is just sort of from a macro level. Obviously, we're not really criticizing what the Spaniard's doing. I think in a lot of cases his aggression has been warranted. So
yeah, it's worked every time so far. So if he can find a way to slow down when he senses that somebody is not going to fold, then it seems very profitable for him for sure. Stuart saying he's going to Choctaw tomorrow to play 1-3 and 2-5. That is actually where I made my trips right when I turned 18 before I figured out that TCH was 18 plus. I made constant 5-hour trips up to Oklahoma, which was not my favorite thing to do. Mm-hmm. But, the DGen in me wanted to play for money. So I decided to make the trip. But good luck out there for sure.
yeah, no, I've always enjoyed playing there, but I usually just go there for the tournaments. And back when WSOP used to come through there, man, that was pretty exciting times, that's for sure. Always just gigantic prize pools for the main event. But still waiting to see if they're going to get that series fired back up. As of right now, WSOP is online, and still no future plans or no settled plans for the WSOP annual Mecca out to Las Vegas. So here we got 2 players here on this flop. Tillman is going to outflop Bryson with the jack pairing.
Yeah, decides to raise the flop.
Yeah.
And Bryson decides to call here with just the ace high, and looks like a pretty action-killing turn, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that floating the ace-king to the check raise is the worst thing, but there's not a lot of turns that are going to be good for you, and the 6 of spades is definitely one of the ones that you're just kind of like, ugh.
Yeah.
But then Tillman checks it back, so Bryson now probably just ace high. We'll get a look at this river card. Let's see if
he's going for it.
Turns his hand into a bluff.
Well, unless the river was a king, in which he'd be betting for value, but maybe it was a spade. Oh,
It
8.
was, yes, another 8, another spade. It was an 8 of spades coming on in. The Steam Dola special. And, Bryson going to go ahead and fire out 3/4 pot size bet, and Tillman going to go ahead and lay it down.
Yeah.
All right, we got some nice little back and forth here in the chat. People talking about playing poker for a living and all of the different things that come with that. And your boy FST's got a question for us.
Oh, dear.
Says, why do you love poker?
I'll let you tackle this one first. I got to construct my answer.
I think it's pretty much the obvious things. It's like it's a challenging and exciting and enthralling game, and I love games, and I love being challenged. I love applying my mind and and trying to, solve every little problem, right? Like each hand is basically like a little math problem, and like social experiment, right? Like, I don't know. It's so many fascinating experiences all wrapped up in one game, and you get a different experience every hand against every different opponent.
Yeah.
And I don't know, it's just the best thing ever.
I think it's really a great game too, because in other games like chess and just pure skill games, the best player is going to win every single time, right? But in Hold'em, anybody can jump in and win. You don't have to be a pro or a really good player to win and have a good night. So I think that getting people that aren't going to win every time and just playing for fun is a super fun aspect of it too, and also figuring out every hand and deciding whether you have the best hand or you want to bluff with that hand is a super, super fun aspect of the game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I know you always like to try to bluff me, so that's a fun part of your game for sure. And it's a fun part of mine to pick you off with ace high when you do it.
It's only happened at least 3 times. So
yeah, just a few. All right, we've got a board pairing 7 here on the turn. As Jared still has the best of it. Check. Joel's going to go ahead and bet his pair of 6s, sort of a little pro bet here. And back over to Jared. Does he think 8s are good enough to continue along? There are 2 flush draws out there, and he is going to call. So check call of 75. That's what we checked through on the flop. I like this call from Jared. Let's see. 4 on the end does bring in the front door flush draw.
Yeah, I think on a non-heart/club river, Jared would actually be very incentivized to call another bet from Joel if he decided to bet. Just seeing as an ace isn't really probably going to bet 2 streets. But on the heart, he just decides to check and wins anyway. So a very nice hand by Jared.
Yeah, so Joel had turned his pair of 8s into a bluff earlier when it ran out hearts. So there were 4 hearts on board when he went for that one. This time around, takes the showdown value with the 6s and finds out the bad news.
Yeah, like I said earlier, Joel, deciding when to bluff and deciding when to slow down. So obviously thinking about his hands and thinking about the spots to take, which is the sign of somebody who is going to be winning, which is nice.
All right, $10 straddle here under the gun. As we're going to continue along here. Let's take a look here. 550 of you fine folks watching, and we're up over the 100 like mark. So there we go, making it happen. Thank you guys all very much for doing that. Let's see. All right, still just more chat about playing this game for a living. All right, let's see here. We got B Hold'em, Queen 9 offsuit in the hijack. Just going to come in for a limp. Jared now in the small blind. Ace King offsuit, definitely a hand to go ahead and raise with. Takes it up to 50, and Pratt will call out of the big blind. Now back over to Joel here in the straddle. He's done with it.
Looked like he wanted to call, but just decided against it.
Yeah, he had an ace, and he's kind of like, but probably just going to run into a lot of top pair type hands that are going to suck.
Yeah,
and be dominated.
When the ace hits the flop and Jared bets for 2 streets, it's very not. You're not excited about it, and a lot of times you're going to be facing the type of hand that Jared has, which is ace king, just like this.
Yeah, and it would have been pretty rough to be in there with ace 7 right now. As it stands, Jared now first to act and has flopped just about the world here. He got called by Pratt next to act from the big blind, and so he's likely not to have continued with any 3s. So really just not much to be afraid of.
Yeah, takes on the small pot.
Yeah, bets out and gets 2 folds. Definitely a spot where you could think about mixing in some checks to see if you can give your opponents a little bit of improvement on the turn. But definitely nothing wrong with betting and taking it.
Yeah, I think with ace king there, I lean more towards a bet just to get full 2 or 3 streets of value from an ace rag or ace jack sort of hand, which you can get. But having hands, that are a little bit weaker, or having like jacks on a queen high board, you don't really want to be betting. So I like the bet there from Jared.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like we got the $10 straddle on, which we've been seeing a lot. Basically a 2-5-10 game.
And And yeah, let's see. We're going to get a open limp here from Tillman with a couple of 7s under the gun +2.
Albert just snap-mucking the 5-4 suited here.
Yeah, he's got things to do. Maybe time to crack another beverage over there in the corner. B Hold'em, though, going to go ahead and raise this up. King 10 offsuit.
Jared waking up with a hand again. Probably going to be 3-betting it.
Yeah, Jared, strong player and definitely getting some good hands here this evening so far. Putting in the 3-bet now. Ace queen off on the button. And let's see if Tillman, he just snap folds. Never mind. I was going to say, let's see if he goes for the limp call. He does not. So back over to B Hold'em, who is going to call.
Yeah, not a lot of Jared's hands have actually gone to showdown. So players might be thinking, excuse me, stop doing this. Which might incentivize B Hold'em to call.
Wow.
And we just see a raise all in, just a jam all in from B Hold'em right off the bat.
Yeah,
Wow.
he flops a gutter, double gutter, and just goes for it and does get Jared to fold the better hand as, I guess he had just a little bit over a pot-sized jam and was like, screw it, this is as good a time as any.
Yeah, like he was probably just kind of done with Jared just kind of running over the table and said, screw you, dude, call me if you want.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and obviously with the double gutter, you've got enough equity that if your opponent does just have, aces or something, you're like, all right, well, I can still hit.
Yeah, it's never too disastrous.
All righty. Bryson really hasn't played too many hands here recently. He's going to sit himself in the $10 straddle, but a little bit card dead here. And this will happen too, right? And it's frustrating. You go, get your spot on the stream. You're in there. You're ready to go. You get all pumped up, and then you just sit there and look down at 9-deuce offsuit for like an hour. And that's just the name of the game sometimes.
Yeah, I remember my first time playing on stream. I was a alternate, and I played for the last hour of a stream with an astounding 0% VPIP, which is not the first impression I wanted to come out with. I got no hands, and it was very annoying, but sometimes you just don't get anything.
Yeah, I mean, we all know that you're a nit, too. So, I mean, the Lottie line is just about right where
Yeah,
Preston
I'm below the
hangs out.
Lottie line.
Yeah. All right. Let's see here. We've got Skylar Hawker here asking, what is the delay on the stream? That is going to be 15 minutes. So we are watching this 15-minute delayed footage with you live, giving you all the commentary as it comes in. But, of course, this hand that we are watching right now was played 15 minutes in the past. All right, 4-5-3, all heart flop. Nobody with a heart. 2 players with an ace, so sitting on a gutter. 9 of diamonds on the turn. Doesn't improve anybody. B with the best hand still.
Yeah, not a lot of anything for anybody, so whoever takes the aggression is probably going to win this. And the Spaniard, as seen, is deciding to take the aggression.
Yeah, and Bryson now going to come in for a raise. Interesting. So, and the Spaniard here with the double gutter is going to call. Jack of hearts here on the end. If we get to showdown, Bryson is going to be the winner. Let's see if the Spaniard feels inclined to bet. And he does. Look at this. He's like, there's no way I can win this. Bets. Shows it. And Bryson's like, damn it.
Yeah, yet again, Spaniard choosing his spots very well. Every time he has bluffed, he has gotten it through. Here we got the up-downs finally. Tillman, our big winner, and B, our big loser.
Yep. At least as of right now. So
Yep.
We'll keep an eye on that as we continue. Still plenty of time left here in the broadcast. We've got 111 likes on the counter. That's pretty good work. Thank you guys for doing that. And if you haven't already, give us a little like. Just tap it. Just tap it in.
Yeah. And that up down was just that big flip as well. So not really bad on the players in any sense, but
yeah, Bryson, Preston, he's shitting on you. He says you're the big loser. No, I'm kidding.
I gave him a little rag before and said don't lose all your money, and he didn't listen. So
there it is. Throw a little shade. No, man, I think Bryson is just one of the best guys here. Like, he's just a real stand-up guy, but he can shit talk with the best of them too. So
yeah, all around great dude.
Alrighty, what do we got here? We got a raise to 20 from Big Daddy Albert. Under the gun +1. Pratt going to go ahead and put in the 3-bet. And Bryson out of the big blind. Nothing doing with king 3 offsuit. And Albert definitely going to come in for the call. So going heads up to a flop here. Albert going to be out of position with 2 black 8s. Going to come ace, king 10. So Pratt here going to flop top pair with the queen kicker. That's going to be a gutter and a backdoor royal flush draw. Albert's like, cool. That's just the flop I was looking for with 2 black 8s.
He's already saying nice hand in his head.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, check. C-bet from Pratt, and Albert will take a few moments before he mucks his hand.
Yeah, always very annoying when you decide to set mine with a pocket pair and the board comes out 3 Broadway cards. Very annoying, but at least your decision is quite easy.
Yeah. I mean, unless you just have a read on your opponent that they're going to be super blasty with everything, you just are always folding there, and it's just fine because you always got to have some folds, and even when you have a pair, sometimes you just got to fold it.
Yep, can't win every hand for sure. Cannot win every hand.
You can try, but it won't work out very well for you, that's for sure. All right, so moving right along here, TCH Live Thursday edition. All right. So let's see here. You're in town for how much longer?
I am leaving on Sunday morning, so I only have 3 more days to donate to the kind people of TCH my money.
All right.
So if you are wanting to play the 2-5 game, I'll probably be playing it for the next couple days.
Okay.
So feel free to come join me.
All right, excellent. Well, you heard it here first. Come get your Preston dollars. TCH Austin. All right, we've got Limp City as interesting choice there. The Spaniard, he had 8-9 offsuit. No, he is in there. Okay, I was like, wait, this man isn't going to fold this hand. And sure enough, he decided to limp as well. So look at this. The middle of the deck, well represented here. King 7-3 all hearts. We're getting a couple of monotone flops here.
Yeah, only heart is to the Spaniard, and he just decides to let it go. So new hand, we go.
Yeah, bet and take it for B Hold'em. Easy game, eh?
Yeah, sometimes it is. Sometimes it is the hardest game in the world, and you feel like you could never win ever again. And sometimes you feel this is the easiest game ever, and you don't know how people ever lose their money.
Yeah. Van C here in the chat saying, what is the rake on this table? So the players here at TCH and pretty much all over Texas in the card rooms are just going to be paying an hourly rate. There is no rake, no chips come off the table. And so, you don't have to worry about that here at TCH Austin. And we got a special promo this month, so come on in for the remainder of the month of March, and you can save yourself some dollar bills off your hourly rate. Play for 5 straight hours, you get 20% off. Play for 7 or more, you get 30% off. And play for 10 or more hours straight, you'll get 40% off your hourly rate.
Yeah, from a personal experience playing in the raked games, it doesn't seem like it adds up, but especially playing in California, that $6 drop every time you play a hand really adds up. So $12 an hour, a very cheap price to play some poker.
Yeah. Well, and it's even 7 too, right? They got the promotional dollar drop as well.
$7. I even forgot. Yes, they added a $7 for the jackpot that I will inevitably never hit.
Yeah. Well, you never know. I mean, it could happen. It's a very low probability event, but yeah. And you're young too, so you haven't had the experience of like playing in the big card rooms where they have like a bad beat jackpot and you hear it happen like over on the other end of the casino, and you're like, oh shit, somebody actually hit that craziness.
Yeah. Part of you is like, why wasn't I at that table?
Oh, dude, I've been right next to one, like 2 tables away from one that hit. It wasn't that big, but still, obviously, everybody at that table was quite excited. And then I was at a room out in Vegas where one hit, and they did a room share, which honestly is the dumbest thing that I've ever heard of, because they had to get verification of everyone that was in the room to give them their whatever it was. It was like $120 or something. I mean, it was a big jackpot, so it was not meaningless because there was like 70 players in the room, and the fact that we got that much money, it was like, this jackpot was pretty big.
Yeah, but you got to check everybody's ID, and then
I had to come back the next day to get it. It was so stupid, and everybody had to we stopped playing because then the floor manager would come over with a clipboard and like make sure that you were who they had checked in the computer. I mean, it was the most logistically like insane thing
Yeah.
for everybody to get like $120.
I've never heard of that happening, and
No,
I'm
it was silly.
very glad that they don't do that again.
last night, and I was in the hand.
Really? You were on the losing side?
Oh no!
Oh,
Super-
no.
It was great. It was a $34 all-in bet that I called.
Oh,
So
hey.
Okay. Yeah.
Super producer Carolyn was on the receiving end of Quads beat, and we did have our Quads jackpot. So yesterday was Quad fours. Quad fours hit. Super producer Carolyn was in the hand, did not have the fours, but some lucky person was the recipient of that. That was up to $1,600, right? Yeah.
Very nice. Yeah, I've been the recipient of the person not winning the quads jackpot as well. I decided to bluff off my stack, and the person snap called and won the jackpot and my stack. That was lovely.
Wow, nice. You know how to do it all.
I'm
man.
very good at punting away my money. It's
Yeah.
a skill.
And Preston's here all weekend, so come on down and maybe you can stack him.
Yeah, I've heard we're looking to get the game started at 11 a.m. tomorrow, so if we get some early birds, definitely come on by.
Okay, excellent. All right. JTN 1968 here in the chat says, sorry I'm late. Thursday isn't Thursday until I harass the commentators. Well, that is absolutely right. Thanks for joining us. Good to see you. All righty. Van C says, whoa, that's the hourly rate? That's sick. Yeah, $12 an hour is not too bad. And with the discount for playing 5 or more hours straight, it is really not bad at all. Just helps keep the lights on here. And it is a private club as well, so, bring in some food, some snacks, some beverages, whatever your little heart desires. Come on in and hang out with us here at TCH.
Yeah, BYOB. I cannot participate in the B or the B, but I see very many people participate. Ed asking who I am. My name is Preston. I am a 2-5 regular here at the Card House, and I just wanted to pop on the stream and say hi to everybody. Going off to college and just came back for spring break and wanted to say hi. So thank you for asking who I am.
it's gonna be $5.
Everyone in the chat can go.
All righty. As we get another hand going here, we got an open to 20 here from Jared, as he is wont to do. Waking up with big hands all night. A couple of Cowboys right now. And, ooh, this is some excitement happening as the Spaniard has a real hand. Ace-King here, middle position, putting in the 3-bet.
Yeah.
And Tillman coming along as well, Ace-Jack. All right, this is our first, multi-way big hand pot. And once this gets back over to Jared, he is definitely going to be going for the 4-bet. And then we'll see how the Spaniard handles that. I'm very curious to see how this plays out.
Yeah, so far not one to back down from putting the money in, so we definitely could see stacks get in here.
Yeah, and these are two of the deeper stacks at the table. Effective stack here, 1.7K in front of the Spaniard. As Jared here likely going to go for something a little bit larger than just like a single 4-bet sizing, considering the fact that Tillman put in the flat there in between. Let's see what sizing he's opted for. Going to go for 300. Yeah, the 5X, I think this is appropriate.
Yeah, very good sizing from Jared here, and we'll see if the Spaniard decides to flat or make it more dollars.
Yeah, once it gets into 5-bet territory, though, things are starting to get a little bit dicey at this depth. So I do think that the Spaniard is likely going to want to play this a little bit slower, go for the flat call, play this one in position. It does invite Tillman to come along, but Tillman, by just calling the 3-bet, hasn't really shown a lot of strength. And, yeah, a lot of times it's just going to fold as he does here. So the Spaniard will get to play this one in position and way behind. 667 in the middle, going heads up to the flop. And we've got 764 two-tone.
King of Diamonds here for Spaniard might incentivize a call, but Jared has decided to check on a board texture that is going to favor the Spaniard more often. But in a 4-bet situation, I think possibly it doesn't. Oh, maybe he hasn't checked. Okay, so he's going to bet.
Yeah, that we just had a little bit of a mix-up there on the action tracker, but he is going to go ahead and bet 350. And this is a fairly large sizing. This is a little bit over half pot. And that is going to allow the Spaniard to just get out of the way. So a lot of times on these low boards, with an overpair like that, you can just sort of size down, go for 1/3, incentivize your opponent to peel one off, and they're just oftentimes drawing to like 2 outs or maybe 3 outs, something like that. But Jared goes for the half pot, a little over half pot sizing, and the Spaniard just lets it go.
Yeah, usually in those, when you're entering a pot with kings and you see a 4, 6, 7 flop, you're a little bit weary of, straights and sets and 2 pairs. But in a 4-bet pot, I think it really doesn't matter as much. So I think you can be a little bit less scared of those type of flops.
Yep, I agree. Alrighty, we got JTN 1968 giving us a $10 super chat here. He says, time to contribute to the TCH medicine cabinet. Well, thank you very much, sir. We appreciate you every time you help us out.
Chris asking about my lady luck. Unfortunately, I have many talents in life, but girls are not one of them. So I try my best, but I'm happy doing what I do. So if I get lucky, that's fine. But I am not worried.
All right. Well, you know what? Life is meant to be challenging, right? And you can't just be good at everything you do. So
Very true. Very true. I am very happy at the things I'm good at, and I'm glad to be good at them. But definitely, girls are not my strong suit.
well, you're just gonna have to work on that. And
I agree.
You got plenty of time. So you're a sophomore right now? Is that right?
Sophomore, yes.
All right, sophomore in college, plenty of time to go and get yourself out there in the mix. You get in here, tangle up on the felt, and then you got to try to go get tangled up in the dating scene out there in California.
Oh, I know. Well, I'll try my best. I'll try and come back and give you all an update.
Excellent. Let's see here. Ken B asking, what's the highest bad beat jackpot you've heard of? So there was a card room in Colorado up in the little mountain town of Blackhawk that had one up in I think it was 800,000 at one point, and the wait list to get in the room and play was like 160 players deep. I mean, it was like basically impossible. Like you just had to live in a seat, right? Or like you were never going to get one.
Yeah, those 45-minute lunch breaks are now nap breaks.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even understand. Like I was there for a tournament, and the tournament didn't start for like, I don't know, an hour and a half or something. I gotten up there early to get breakfast and just kind of like make sure that I was bought in early enough, because then people always like would reg like right at the time that the tournament was starting, so then there'd be this gigantic line. So I got up there a little earlier, checked in, bought my tournament seat, and then was like, oh yeah, they got that huge jackpot. I'll go over there and play. Nope, I was not playing over there. But that one was pretty big, and I think I've heard of them getting up over $1 million at certain places, but yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy. I have not had too much experience with the jackpots, as most casinos don't let me on the premises, but definitely an exciting venture if you did win. Dre deciding to 3-bet the 8s here on the button. Hasn't played a lot of hands, not due to tightness, but just hasn't been picking up a lot of cards from what I've seen. And Kevin deciding to choose a 4-bet with King Queen off, the punt hand, as I like to call it, King Queen off, as I love to 4-bet it as well, and it never seems to work.
Yeah, it has good blocking effects, so it's definitely a reasonable hand to put in there. And let's see Dre here, who really hasn't played too many hands. She is just going to go ahead and get out of the way. Just sort of, yeah, I mean, especially like button versus small blind, it just doesn't feel great to call with 8s there.
Yeah, especially after you take a 3-bet line with 8s. Calling a 4-bet at the stack depth is always very difficult. You're kind of just saying, all right, set mine, woo! Mm-hmm.
Yeah, which is why I think when I see 8s, it's sort of on the borderline of ever wanting to even try to put in a 3-bet with it, right? Like 9s is probably more borderline-ish for me. 8s is usually like pretty solidly across the line. But people play things differently. I mean, yeah. I've seen some people opt to 3-bet pairs as small as 5s. And if they're making it work, more power to them. It certainly is going to make a lot of flop textures that you would normally be like, oh, cool, he 3-bet. Like, he never has a set here. Yeah. And actually, that dude might have one, right?
Yeah.
So it can do things like that for you, but it's also just kind of weird because you're bloating the pot up with a small pair. You know, I mean, like,
Yeah.
ugh.
I would say a reason to do it is just, I think choosing aggressive strategies, especially in New London Hold'em, is always just going to be generally profitable. And especially if players aren't more comfortable with the stakes you're playing at, such as in our 5-10 game, and we see Big Daddy Shaz take a lot of, aggressive lines with suboptimal holdings. It can work out for you. But yeah, I generally lean towards calling with pairs as well.
All right, Tillman here, just going to go ahead and bet and take it down. Facing no resistance from Jorl there with the 10-4 offsuit. Calling the pre-flop out of the straddle. And we'll move right along here. TCH Live Thursday edition. Over 550 of you fine folks watching. Thank you guys for joining us. Hope you are enjoying the broadcast. It's your boy Aaron McAvoy here in the booth, joined by Preston. I haven't even gotten your last name. What's your last name?
It's Skelding, Skelding.
Thank you. All right. And your credit card number? Thank you.
52. Oh, sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Ken asking what the age to play poker in Texas is. So it's actually, from what I've gathered, different across different card rooms. But TCH is 18 plus, as I figured out. So if you are 18 or 19 in the chat and do not know, give your local card room a call and see what they answer with. You might be missing out.
Heck yeah. We got the TCET Media Production here saying, hello, TCH Poker family. Greetings from Brisbane, Australia. Hell yeah, brother. Thanks for joining us, Dave. We appreciate that. All right.
Remember, somebody asked in the chat where I went to college. I go to California Polytechnic. It's an hour and a half north of Santa Barbara and 3 hours north of LA.
Yeah, that's a pretty cool area. I've been in that area before a couple of times. Most recently, I think it was 2 summers ago. Was able to do a little bit of surfing. So that was my first attempt at it. And like, I've been a skateboarder, longboarder for a lot of my life, but had never gotten on a surfboard proper. And man, that is a whole different ball game. Like, I just could not get the hang of it. But I think a lot of it was just not fully understanding like the method of getting like the momentum in the front of the wave, because I kept trying to stand up and then the wave would like pass me by and I'd fall off the back. So I think I just was struggling with the technique. But man, I'm sure that would be a hell of a lot of fun if you could get good at it.
Yeah, a lot of people from my college are in-state. I'm one of the few from out of state, actually. So a lot of people are surfers, and I don't know how to stand on a surfboard to save my life. So I just opt to jump in the water with nothing, no boogie board or anything, and just decide to play in the waves as a 7-year-old would do.
Yep.
But it is very fun for me still.
Heck yeah. All right, let's take a look back at this action, because we've got
big
Kevin
hand.
here betting 200 as we went 4 ways in a 3-bet pre-flop hand, and the 8s that were the best hand go ahead and probe out, and everybody else folds. So
Yeah.
Kevin going to take this down.
I think I saw that Kevin had cold called the 3-bet and then just decides to lead out on a board texture that doesn't have any high cards on it. And usually, if they don't have a pair higher than yours, it's going to work.
Yeah, well, it was actually check to him as well. So 4 ways he was in position, and yeah, checks to you, and you got 8s on a 9-5-5 board. Yeah, bet.
Yeah.
Take it.
Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely.
Don't want to see king, queen, or ace on the turn.
Van says, try using a boogie board first to get used to the wave momentum. Yeah, that was another thing that the guy that so he had 2 boards, and the first one that he gave me was like a small one, and it was very much like a more experienced kind of surfer setup. And then he had another one that was like this big boat that was, just you could catch a lot of surface on it. And so I did much better on that one. But, yeah, definitely a challenging thing to pick up.
Yeah, I equate it to the skateboarding of the sea, neither of which I can do. JTN saying I sound much more mellow and soft-spoken compared to the next gen boys. I've only watched a couple of their videos, but yeah, I'm generally a pretty mellow guy. Sometimes I can get loud when I'm rowdy, but especially in this format, I try not. I'm not trying not to yell and scream, as we're just on a stream here.
Yeah, we appreciate you. But yeah, the next gen guys are awesome, and can't wait to have them up here again here hopefully soon, as it's been a hot minute. All right, we've gone 3 ways to this flop. Ace, King, 10. B has made second pair and is facing a bet from B Hold'em. B Hold'em here in the same situation as before. I think he had 7-6 last time, or maybe it was 6-5, 6-5, and just like kept blasting at it.
Yeah. Let's see if he does it again, because Bryson just picked up a trips and looks like he gave up, unfortunately. Well, I say unfortunately, but
Yeah, fortunately for B Hold'em.
yeah,
right?
I'm just an action junkie, so
Yeah. And Bryson was reaching for chips. B Hold'em folded, and Bryson's like, $5? How about just $5? And B Hold'em's like, nope, 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 nope. My card's already gone. I can't pay you anymore.
yeah, he put one little feeler bet out there, and once called said, "Okay, bro, good hand. You got one of them." Yep.
All right, 4 players have not had a hand go to showdown yet. Wow.
That is crazy. Yeah, we haven't seen actually a lot of showdowns in this stream. A lot of aggression that has worked, and not a lot of people looking up the aggression. Stan's saying that he's stuck in Ontario and there are no casinos, which is very sad. Sounds like he's in a very similar situation to me, but luckily I have TCH here. It sucks if you're far away from a casino, especially with the COVID happening. If some people haven't played for over a year, and I know with my degeneracy, I would not be very happy.
No, exactly. Yeah, and it's tough too because some places like my home state of Colorado, right? Like they have casinos, they have poker rooms, and like the casinos are open, but you can't play poker. So it's like this, it's just mind-numbing because you can go there and push buttons on a slot machine or whatever, but they just are not opening the poker rooms because those are supposedly more likely or something to cause a spread because everybody's sitting in close proximity. I mean, I don't know all of the details, right? I mean, people are going to have different opinions about that, but it's really unfortunate for a lot of poker players out there to be near a casino or whatever and they can't even play.
Yeah.
But thankfully here in Austin, we have been able to play for quite some time now. And TCH Austin always following the strictest of protocols to keep everybody in the highest of health. So making sure to keep everything nicely sanitized. So come on down, hang out with us, and do so safely here at TCH Austin.
Looks like we're seeing an ace versus ace on the ace-high flop. So could see some action here. And Joel with the worst ace deciding to bet it out on the button. About a half pot bet. Let's see if he decides to bet again on the turn if check 2.
Ooh, JTN 1968, he says the Golden Gates Poker Room is now open. All right. Well, fantastic stuff for those folks there in back there in Colorado. Excellent. And it looks like we had CC here shouting out at Mike Youngblood, who's not here, but thank you for this. Also saying that Blackhawk is back open for poker. So that's good to hear. I know that they had been closed down, so that must have been here just fairly recently. But really glad to hear that. And hopefully they'll get the tournaments back as well because the Golden Gates was really the spot for the HPT and MSPT tournaments coming through.
Yeah, B Hold'em actually decided to call on the flop and has backdoored a boat. Looks like he's a little bit deeper than the graphics say. Probably added on for 200 or 300 more, but decides to bet out 275. And we see a couple, and we'll see if some aces decide to call.
Yeah, so the Spaniard here, the man in the middle, he's the one most likely to put in the call. And then if he does, Actually, sorry, Joral. Joral is next to act, of course. I don't know what I was thinking there. So, yeah, he's the man in the middle and has an 8 kicker to go aces and 10s. So playing the 8 on board. Pretty rough spot for him to consider calling. And with the Spaniard behind, I think this is a spot that you can get away from. But he's going to call. And now a very strange spot for the Spaniard. Does he think that the jack kicker playing might be good enough to call?
Yeah, I think it's going to go if one person calls, the other one doesn't, depending if Joel decides to fold or decides to call. I think if he decided to call, the other guy folds, and if he decides to fold, the other guy calls. So B Hold'em going to get paid off either way there. And nice to backdoor a boat when you call with middle pair on the flop.
Yeah. We got a $7.99 super chat here from Deset Media Production. Thank you to all who signed the petition to legalize online poker in Australia. Absolutely. That is a fantastic cause right there. And it's got a link for the petition in their last video or PPU Facebook page. So anybody who is in Australia and looking to help get online poker legalized, go ahead and check that out. So happy to give a little shout out for that. I think that is a fantastic cause all around. I mean, here in the United States, we've got this to deal with for ourselves, as our government, of course, shut that down many years ago. However, I did hear just recently that there was a Department of Justice sort of opportunity for them to take up a case that was basically a lower court had said, we're going to punt this up to a higher court. And it was basically enabling, or it was a case about interstate play. And the DOJ said, we're not going to take it. And that basically allowed the lower states, or the lower court's ruling, which had been like, no, the states can do whatever they want unless somebody says otherwise. So I did a terrible job of explaining that because I don't know all the details and I just sort of butchered it. But I think that there's some good news for interstate poker that may lead to some possibilities for opening that up.
Yeah, I know that you can play WSOP in Vegas. In Nevada only, and there's a lot of states where you can play only in that state. So interstate poker is definitely cool. But let's stop that. We got a crazy action hand here. Joel decides to 3-bet to 16x off the open, and the Spaniard rips it in with jacks. And let's see a run out.
Yeah, this is a pretty wild pot. This blew up like
Very
just,
quickly.
Out of nowhere. And the Spaniard is way behind. See if they are going to run this 2 times. I'm seeing 2 fingers getting flashed back and forth, so I think that is the case. 2 runouts. A couple of queens up against a couple of Judies. 10 high flop there, no good for the Judies. Brick City Knights on the turn and on the river, so pocket queen is going to take down the first board.
Yeah, always scary when you see the ace on the river with queens, but now that the cards are flipped up, it looks like the queens are.
All right, a
pretty
diamond
happy.
is drawing live as well, and there it is. So the jack is going to find a way out of this, or the jacks, I should say, going to find a way out with a flush on the second board. So the Spaniard going to dodge some bullets right there, pitches $1 at the dealer, like, whew, thanks, buddy. Got me out of that one. All right, well, there you have it. You run it twice, and the pot oftentimes just gets chopped right down the middle. That one's always tricky. You know, you have a big pocket pair, but you're not sure if your opponent's got ace-king. Like, we're just flipping, and do we really want to, like, you know, blast off over $1,000 just on this one hand? Or maybe we run it twice and just keep what we got in front of us. In a spot like that, too, it's like you just had your opponent crushed. First run out comes clean, and then you can't hold on the second one. So.
Yeah, you always have buyer's remorse when you agree to do 2, and then the second one hits them. It's like, God, I should have just done it one time.
Yep.
But try not to get too crazy about those spots, and just I tend to do what other people want to do, whatever they're most comfortable with.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty much the same way. Sometimes if the pot is just gigantic and I don't feel super confident about my hand, right? Like I don't have the super nuts or whatever, then I'll be like, do you want to run it twice? That'd be okay if we just hit the reset button and started over with the stacks that we have in front of us. But, yeah, every situation is different. Dre here, under the gun +1. She is going to open this up with a couple of 9s. Over to Bryson on the button. He is done with it. Tillman will follow suit. And let's see if anybody in the blind or straddle wakes up with something. It looks like Albert does have a hand to continue. So this will be the first hand that either of these 2 players have gotten involved in here in a little bit. And behold him, he's going to come along, close the action with King 4 of diamonds as well. So 3 players going to a flop.
Yeah, King 4, not a hand that you love to have, but definitely defending the big blind is a good hand to defend.
A couple of Judies on the flop here. Jack, Jack 4. Also a couple of clubs. Dre does still have the best of it. Check from Albert, and Behold'em looks to be donking out here with the pair of 4s.
Interested to see what Dre does here. Behold'em has done this a couple times, so given that information, she's probably more inclined to see a call, but definitely not loving it.
Yeah, it's sort of always interesting, though, to try to think about what your opponent's donking range is because you just don't see it that often. And when you do, it's like, all right, are they doing this with a jack? Like, really?
Yeah, a lot of people with the mega nuts try and slow play it for sure. But on this queen, she's looking like she wants to bet it out. So maybe thinking she has the best hand here.
Yeah, trying to get value, I guess, from a club draw that didn't just bink it right on the turn and might peel one off for 150. As it stands, B Hold'em is like, I guess a 4 is no good. I shouldn't have bet on the flop, and I'm just going to fold now. So he's going to let that one go after a check and a bet from Dre. So she'll drag a nice little pot there and chip up to just about 2K. And taking a look at the leaderboard here, we've got just about everybody at the table up around the 2K mark. We do have 4 players down just under 1.5 and on down to just under 1,000 as well there at the bottom.
Looks like we're doing a bomb pot this hand. While we wait for that, let's look at the chat a little bit. Leah asks if I play in Vegas. As most places, I cannot play in Vegas. Got to wait a year and a half on that one, as I am 19 and all.
Have you ever played Limit Hold'em?
I have not. I have never played Limit Hold'em.
That's
I know nothing.
amazing. You've never played Limit Hold'em.
I know nothing. I have pretty much only played this game, and the PLO bomb pots now are becoming more of a thing. So I have to learn those as they just recently got introduced mainly. So learning those over this week has been definitely interesting and definitely not money-making for me.
Yeah, it takes a little bit, and yeah, it's just always so funny to see how that happens, like the progression. And players that come in from out of town or from out of state or whatever as well, and they're like, cool, bomb pot, all right. And then they're like, wait a minute, why do I have 4 cards? And now it's just become so ingrained in the culture here. Like if somebody, it's always dealer's choice bomb pot. So if somebody on the dealer button calls out for Hold'em or Pineapple or something, then it's kind of like, wait, what? You don't want to play Omaha? And whereas at the beginning, nobody wanted to play Omaha. Everybody was like, what the hell are you talking about? This game's crazy. I don't know how to play it. And anyways, that was a long, rambling way to say that the PLO bomb pots are here to stay at TCH Austin. If you want to come here and hang out, you're going to play them.
Yeah, I remember we tried a couple PLO bomb pots over the summer when I was here, and everybody was like, no, we're not playing those. And now I called Hold'em one time, and everybody put their $10 back in their stack. I'm like, okay, guess I'm doing PLO.
Yep. Yeah, how the times have changed. And it's pretty cool because, those pots, they just get massive. It's this opportunity for you to look down at the, like, oh, I got the nuts on one board and the nut draw on the other, and let's put a bunch of money in the middle and see what happens.
Yeah.
All right, let's take a look at this one because we've got 4 players here calling or putting $90 in. Jared goes ahead and bets out 90, gets 3 players to call. And we're going to peel off a 4 of hearts here on the end, which is going to give
the best hand.
Jared the best hand there. He was betting with the nut club draw and instead makes aces up.
Yeah, always annoying when you have the nut club or the nut flush draw and you see that 3rd or 4th pesky club in your hand. But he has 2 pair holds and they check it around and he wins a pretty nice pot there.
Yeah, several other players had 2 pair or a gutter or open ender, something in that ballpark. Joel there had a wrap on the turn, couldn't find a card to complete his straight, and Jared just happy to win it with aces up there, that's for sure.
Yeah, you turn over 2 pair and you're like, 2 pair?
Yeah, 2 pair, 4 ways in an Omaha? Wow. All right, running good right there.
Van saying Omaha High-Low is his favorite game. I, again, know nothing about Omaha High-Low. I know generally what the best and worst hand is, but it's in terms of strategy, I have none.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever played that before?
I certainly have, and I do enjoy it. It's a fun game, but it does challenge you in a different way because the strategy is very much like, let's see. So a lot of newer players will be like, cool, like I want to make the best low hand, right? They sort of get attracted to the idea of making a low hand because it's like new and exciting and whatever. Like half the pot goes to the player with the low hand. What those players don't realize is that very frequently you are going to have the best low at one point in the hand and will not have the best low at a later point in the hand. or there will not even be a qualifying low, right? Where things just, you don't get 3 cards out on the board that are 8 or lower. In any case, we have big hand developing here. Jared has the king of clubs.
Yeah, Jared again with primo kings. I think he's had it 3 times today. Ace queen, ace king, and behold him just waking up with a set here. Just decides to flat, and there's the flush for Jared.
Yeah, so behold him just kind of playing it a little bit slow, maybe trying to keep the pot size under control, even though he has a hand as strong as a set. Jared now going to turn the nutter butters. Can continue betting, this time not for like a little bit of a block or an attempt to just kind of take it down. Now betting for value, 75 only, and Behold'em is able to just call that.
Yeah, I kind of like a smaller bet on the turn because it's like, well, you know, you're kind of just getting board pair type sets, 2 pairs to call you, and, you know, all the lower clubs are like, God dang it, you know, I guess I'll call. So it's hard to get maximum value when you have the king of clubs in your hand and there's 4 clubs on the board like this.
Yeah, Behold'em now donks out for 150, and I'd say that this could be like a block bet on occasion, but the sizing isn't quite right. If you were going to go for a block bet here, you'd want to go something like 75 of your own, because then you can easily just fold to a raise, and you didn't have to commit that much. As it stands, he bets 150, gets raised to 700, and will pitch his 4s across the table in front of his opponent. Like, look at what I had. Then Jared will be like, cool story, bro. I'll take the pot.
Yeah, hard to find a hand that gets paid off by 4s that doesn't just get raised like the king of clubs has. And once you get raised again, you say, well, he could be bluffing. Dang it, but I had a good hand. And you're just forced to fold and give away the 150, unfortunately.
Yep. We got Will the Knit here in the chat, says not to mention getting quartered by another nut low, and that's exactly right. That was going to be the next thing that I mentioned, was that even if you do make the best nut low, or the best low hand, somebody else may have it too, and then, yeah, you get quartered. And so, yeah, the strategy really becomes, just going back to Omaha high-low, of very much making sure that you can have a good, solid chance at winning the high with a good chance at making the low as well. So it's, you know, and like, you can definitely play the Omaha high-low, the high, but you got to be very careful if you're trying to play for just a low. That one doesn't work out usually very well.
Reminds me a lot of bomb pots when I'll see people just put all their money in with a flush draw, with the nut flush draw on one board and absolutely nothing on another board, and be like, well, you were drawn to a chop, you know?
Drawing to a chop is right, yeah. All right, Pratt here with a couple of red 9s. After raising to 20, he's gotten 3-bet by Joel with ace-6 offsuit.
Yeah, another aggressive line here, and we see a cool board, very cool board, especially on the turn. Interesting that it goes check on the flop, but I think on this turn card we're really going to see the action go crazy.
Well, I don't imagine Joel's going to do anything other than call, though, right?
Yeah, I would agree. Oh, kind of grabbed it, kind of a folding motion, like, I don't really like it. But I think, yeah, I agree that he's just probably going to take his diamond and try and hit on the river, especially with a pair of 6s. It's hard to contemplate you're going to get a worse hand to fold.
Yeah, I mean,
Sorry, better hand to fold.
Yeah, the worst thing is that, you know, your opponent does have a 9 with like a diamond redraw or something, and you raise there, and then they just are happy to pile it in. As it stands, we got a 3 of spades on the end. Not going to change anything. Pratt still with the turned straight and the diamond blocker, putting together a 2/3 pot size bet, just about. And Joel wastes no time throwing his pair of 6s into the muck.
Yeah, really like that value bet there from Pratt. Once Joel checks back that flop, you can be pretty confident that he doesn't have 2 diamonds in his hand. So betting out for 2 streets is very good, and I like it a lot.
Let's see here. So we've got Ray Rami here. What's the appeal of limit as opposed to no limit? So, and a couple of people sort of given their own responses there. I think everybody's got pretty much a good handle on it. I mean, it used to just be that limit was what people played. I mean, no limit when it first started, like, just wasn't that popular.
Yeah, especially, I mean, for all the Rounders people, it's like nobody plays No Limit. They can't handle the variance. And now it's the main game. So,
Yeah. And so much of it, like the evolution of the game, I mean, we've seen it from just like the structure of the game, like the actual game being played. I mean, it used to be like 5-card draw, and the stud variants were just, that's what people played. And then Hold'em sort of started to take over. Now Omaha is kind of like really starting to make a beachhead of its own in terms of becoming a very popular game. It still hasn't quite broken through, but is definitely doing its own thing to change the game and to change from limit to no limit. I mean, all of these things are constantly evolving. And now we're seeing even short deck coming out, right? I mean, who's even heard of short deck until recently?
Yeah.
Nobody. And now it's becoming a fixture on the high stakes tournament scene. So, I don't know, just lots of cool things happening with poker. And I am happy to say that limit poker is on the way out, because it just becomes, I mean, you're playing bingo,
Monotonous.
right?
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
everybody's just sitting there, like everybody calls because they've got a gutter, right? I mean, and nobody can bet you out because you can't bet enough to make someone with a gutter fold, and then
Yeah.
they get there on the river and your trips are no good or whatever. I mean, it's just, yeah, everybody's just playing bingo.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite things to bet large and get people out of the hand. So in Limit Hold'em, that wouldn't really lean well towards my strategy, for sure. This is why I lean towards not playing it, because I would probably lose all my money. Pratt here with aces, though, opening up. Under the gun. I always I tend to complain about everything, but I hate getting aces under the gun, especially if I'm playing online, because it's like, dang it, they know what I have now.
Oh, okay. Well, then you just got to start limp back raising it.
Yes.
And then they also know what you have.
Exactly. I feel like, but Jared here with jacks. We'll see if he decides to 3-bet with all the dead money out there. I very much expect it.
Oh, Jared is absolutely raising this. The question is to how much. Raise from Pratt under the gun, and then 3 callers behind. I definitely think this is a time to go up to somewhere in the vicinity of 250 to 300, somewhere in that ballpark.
Yeah, especially being out of position, you definitely want to bump that up. Went a little bit smaller, 175.
Yeah, 175. This is actually, I mean, it's not going to go call all the way around, but this is a size that I think is inviting that. If Pratt had a hand that he was going to call with, say he had king, queen suited or something, puts in the call, Joel's going to call. Dre might not call anymore with that specific holding, but I mean, that would be a scenario for it to just be a cascade of calls, and then jacks are hating their life.
Yeah, and specifically with jacks, you hate pretty much every flop unless it comes 9-3 deuce, and then if somebody shows aggression, you're like, they have a set. I know it. I know they have a set, and you hate your life no matter what. But Pratt going to be 4-betting the aces as expected. And, as I said, when opening aces under the gun and then 4-betting, it's, not too hard to contemplate what they have here.
Yeah.
Unless you're mixing it up with the ace-5 suited king-queen off, which, you should do sometimes.
Yeah. But this may have also just been a way for Jared to get away from this a little bit cheaper by only 3-betting to 175. I mean, right? He goes to 300 and then gets 4-bet, then he has to fold then. It feels even worse. But, yeah, as it stands, Pratt is going to take it down there.
Yeah, not sure if there was a $10 straddle on that hand, but Pratt did open to 35. So if there wasn't, large sizing might have given Jared some alarm bells as well.
No, that was actually just an open. Yeah. Because Pratt now in the big blind. Oh, no, sorry. Yeah, Pratt was in the
Under the gun, yeah.
Under the gun, so
there
he
was no
did-
straddle. Yeah,
no straddle.
So
There you
Jared must have had some alarm bells off the 7x open there.
Let's see here. So we've got Ray Rami saying, thoughts on the future of No Limit Hold'em? Anyone think there will be a main new game like PLO or something else? I think that Hold'em will be a fixture for the foreseeable future. I'm not sure if PLO will actually ever unseat it, but I think the most interesting thing to me is going to be online poker. In the next, probably 1 to 2 years, I think we're going to see how this all plays out, because the emergence of solvers and real-time assistance and what that has done and is doing to the game, is really going to come to a head here in the next couple of years. Like, we're either going to have to figure out a way for the online sites to, like, have enough of a presence on your computer to know what you're running, to be able to stop people from running real-time assistance, or we're all just going to have to deal with it. And I don't think dealing with it is going to be good for the ecosystem.
Yeah, I agree. I think the two solutions both have issues because people would complain about, why are these sites getting access to my computer and what I'm doing. By the way, I don't know what just happened here. They have all gone all in.
B Hold'em ripped it. Is this real life?
I
No, so this was a misclick on my part.
Okay.
And, yeah.
Okay. Super producer Carolyn misclicked there at the end. Said that B Hold'em went all in, but that is not true.
Yeah.
Did you reset the stacks as well?
I reset his. I didn't reset the other guys, so it's off.
Okay, so the stacks will be off momentarily. I believe super producer Carolyn is going to try to get that sorted out. But sorry about that. That was not an all-in and a call. That was just Jorl with the 9-6 making 2-pair on the end was the winner of the hand, but did not get a all-in shove picked off there.
Yeah, but going back to online poker, I think, solvers are definitely very problematic for people, especially new players into the game. And just having, some guy sitting on his computer just staring at a, solver on his computer, then looking, and it's turning into more of a legitimate puzzle rather than, and just, I'll click a button and see what I'm supposed to do, rather than what should I actually do using my brain,
Yeah, and we've talked about this before on and off the stream. It's like people that create a new chess.com account and then just sit there and they got an engine running in the background and they just click, 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 and play the moves as though that's somehow an enjoyable experience, but people do it. Will Lottie here says the real issue is there's no control over whether you're using another device. The issue there is that, like, if I have another computer set up next to my computer that I'm playing poker on, and I have to go over to that one and click buttons to find out what the optimal solution is and then go back and do it in time, I can probably only play, like, maybe 2 tables. And then how much of a influence on the overall ecosystem is that? It's not great. I don't love it. I don't think that person should be able to do that, but, like, they're only able to do it on a couple of tables, so maybe it's minimized. The players that are in there grinding it out, playing 10, 12, 14 tables or something like that, which is a lot of the grinders are multi-tabling. If those players are able to utilize real-time assistance and be able to just, like, click the optimal solution over and over and over, like, very quickly without burning through time bank and folding and all of the issues that would come with that, that's where bad things would happen, I think.
Yeah, a lot of newer players, when they jump into the online streets, are quite annoyed by people that use up every time bank for every decision and leave the game very quickly after that, which is not what you want. You don't want newer players to leave the game. You want them to learn and enjoy it. So, I think time banking, because you're playing 364 tables, is quite annoying to other people, but I understand why you would do it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's the nature of the online streets, I guess. Yep. Bryson here, the nature of the straddle is that sometimes you wake up with queens after everybody's limped to you, and you can make a squeeze that looks like a squeeze, and it's also a pretty good hand under there. So let's see if B Hold'em, the suited ace deuce, comes along. He does. Pratt, who had flatted the button with 5-4 offsuit, getting a fairly decent price given the situation. He is out of the way, and then the Spaniard is like, oh, well, if you called, I call, but you fold, I fold. Heads up to a flop here. B looking to dodge an ace.
Yeah, nice to wake up with a good hand in the big blind. A lot of times when you do that and you're going for the squeeze, everybody's like, no, you're full of crap. You get 6 callers, you miss the flop, and you go, okay, I give up.
Exactly.
But in this situation, he has it, and that's nice.
Yeah, so he's going to go ahead and lead out here, $45 with the overpair to the board. A couple of spades out there. B Hold'em does have an overcard and backdoor diamond, so he's going to float. And that is not going to improve his equity. Looking to hit an ace and an ace only now if he continues to the river. But I expect Bryson to continue firing. Should size up here, and that should push B Hold'em out the door. I say size up, but it looks like Bryson's going for under half pot here.
Yeah, might incentivize B Hold'em, who we've seen to take some eccentric lines to bump it up here, but he doesn't decide to.
Yeah, he does still run for the hills. Bryson will not get any more money in the pot with his ladies. All right. Will the Knit. I'm also too dumb/old to play more than about 4 or 5 tables. I was never an online player.
Yeah, even myself,
That's funny.
I've tried playing 4 tables a couple times online, and it's hard, man. It's hard. I like to think about my spots a lot, and just kind of running in and making a decision is pretty difficult for me, especially because I'm more of an exploitative player. So doing that against players that just have a name tag is quite hard unless they have something else on them.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely true. And people that play with a HUD and whatever, it's like you can pick up that information sort of passively without having to be like, wait, I've actually played with this guy, and this guy tried to do some funky check raise thing against me or whatever, right? You don't have to commit all that to the memory banks or notes.
Yeah.
You can just have it with the HUD, which is why some of the sites have been outlawing HUDs as well, which is an attempt at keeping the game a little bit more just, get in there and battle with somebody else that you don't really know that much about.
Figure it out for yourself, not have other, computers figure it out for you. I'm a big note taker. Sometimes I'll have like a paragraph on somebody. I'm like, okay, I got to delete half of this. This is stupid.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can definitely try to commit too much.
Yeah.
But I do like that aspect of it much more so than having the HUD, the real-time assistance, any of that.
Yeah.
All right, we are down to 2 players here on this flop. Dre is betting 65 with the bottom pair and a gutter. The Spaniard here is going to call with second pair and a gutter. And there's another 9, so Dre running good on this hand. Going to go ahead and turn trips.
Yeah, and the Spaniard here might opt for a check call, as seeing as Dre might not be betting with their kings and might be betting with flush draws, straight draws, queen X's. So let's see if the Spaniard decides to call after Dre almost inevitably. I couldn't get that word out. That's
Words are hearts here
Words
on
are hearts.
TCH Live, so don't blame you one bit. She is going to use all those red chips to fire out another wager. This is 120 this time, just about 2x the flop sizing.
Yeah.
And yeah, the Spaniard here, the jack is both a good card and a bad card. It's like, nah, I want my opponent to have like ace jack, but it also gives me outs to a straight if I'm behind. So kind of a weird card to have there. He is going to call, playing this out of position second pair. There's also spades out there that he unblocks. Let's see what he gets here on the end. It's another 10.
Oh my God.
Wow. So the two least likely hands here to have made a full house have both done so. Spaniard going to fill up on the end, and he's like, no, I can't let this go check. King is going to check too often, so I need to bet.
I like this lead. A lead, leading on the river just is almost always a value hand that doesn't want that player to check back, but sometimes you just have to do it.
Yeah, no, you definitely have to, whether it looks like it what it is or not.
Yeah, could be busted spades for sure as well.
Yeah, and Dre, I think she's definitely contemplating paying this off, as it could be busted spades. That's like, if you have a king, this is actually going to put you in a pretty rough spot to bet 250 here. And she may just be feeling like she's got to pay this off. She is going to.
Yeah. Almost surprised she tanked that long. There's a lot of kings, a lot of spades that could be doing this, although not usually, but just having trips and having a full house there is very good. And the chance that your opponent has a 10, although probable, is not very high. So good. I think good call. Can't falter too bad for it.
Yeah. Yeah, just kind of an awkward spot there.
Yeah.
To have that run out. So got lucky on the turn, unlucky on the river. The old suck resuck. It'll happen, and it happened right there. So let's take a look back here at the like counter. We got 150 bang on there with just over 600 of you fine folks joining us. So if you have not had an opportunity to hit that like button, we would appreciate you so much if you would rear back and strike the like button with the fury of 1,000 suns.
Got another one of my college friends saying hi. Hello to Bobby.
Excellent. Alrighty, we've got a hand dealt out here. We're gonna go get these cards read in here momentarily. All right, taking a look around. Mostly just rags hitting the bin Till we get over to Pratt. He's got ace jack of diamonds. He's going to put in a raise to 20 bucks. Over to Bryson in the small blind. He's reaching for chips. He's got 10-8 of diamonds. And this is coming in for a 3-bet, so he's going to take this up to 80. The old 4X out of the small blind. I like it. And Pratt will complete. So Bryson going to play this one out of position. Doesn't want to find a bunch of diamonds out there, but he does want to find that flop right there. So he's going to pair his 8 and take the lead.
Yeah, always weird in these kind of middling card, flush draw, straight draw boards when you have 3-bet. But in this situation, Bryson 3-bets with those cards. So cool to take another bet line here. And we'll see what Pratt does, which probably is not going to be money.
Yeah, 2 overs here with no diamond in sight can feel pretty bad, and that is going to make Pratt fold. It's interesting when you look at the PO solver and what it will continue with. I think a lot of these overcards, especially the ace cards that unblock the hearts and the clubs, are actually continues, but it's tough to implement that in real life. You know, you're sitting there at the table and you're like, I have no backdoor equity, and like, am I really just going to call 3 streets because this guy might be bluffing with heart or a 7, a naked 7, like, right? Like you can find yourself in some weird spots.
Yeah, I think also in live situations, people tend to bluff less than they're supposed to also. So I think you should tend to adjust by calling less than you're supposed to as well.
Definitely. That is the truth. And we got a couple of folks here talking more about poker in Colorado. And, yeah, they did lift the $100 max bet. So I have not been there since that has gone into effect, which was, I think, just recently. And the rooms, I guess, have just recently reopened. So I'm going to have to find my way back up there to the poker streets in Colorado. But really glad for all my peeps out there that they are able to get back in the mix, and without that stupid $100 max bet. You'd sit down at these games as 2-5, 100. So blinds are 2-5, but the max that you could bet at any given time was 100. You could go 100, 100, 100 until all the money was in. But it created such a strange dynamic, because once the pot obviously gets to a certain point, a bet of 100 isn't going to do anything anymore. Like the bluffing in big pots just doesn't exist, and so it turns into this weird limit thing. It's kind of silly.
Yeah, I agree. Even in Arizona, I know they have a 600 cap game out there, which when the pots get, and if you're playing a 5-10 game, the pots get huge. It can create some interesting spots. But yeah, the cap games are definitely annoying at some point, which is why I like the format they have here at TCH.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. All right, let's take a look at the cumulative winnings. We got Kevin up at the top, 1.6K. Tillman close behind at 1.2. Several more players in the black in the couple of hundred range, and then several players down in the losing side of the bracket. And, yeah, Bryson down there at the bottom. All righty, so moving right along here, we are going into the second half of the broadcast. And going strong, 166 on the like counter. I feel like we're hitting 200 here tonight with my boy Preston Skelding. Help us out. Hit the like button for Preston if you appreciate his contributions. I certainly do. So thanks for joining me here in the booth tonight.
Thank you. It's been fun. I really wanted to do this. I watch a lot of TCH live. Not really live because I usually am busy during the times, but I definitely watch a lot of the archives. So nice to finally be in the booth.
Nice. Heck yeah. And Joseph Staton here giving a shout out to the announcers as well. So thank you very much, Joseph. All righty, so Kevin here going to go ahead and raise this up to 35 with the ace-5 suited. Joel, what you doing there, buddy? You got 5-3 offsuit. Going to put in a call, huh?
Maybe looking to make a play on future streets if he senses weakness.
Yeah, maybe figured that everybody behind him was folding too much, so he'd get the button. But Tillman put in the call on the button himself. We go to a Jack-5 deuce, monotone again, all hearts. We've seen that a couple of times here tonight. And Jorel and Kevin both picking up a pair of 5s. Tillman with the nut flush draw. Checks to him, he bets 50.
Yeah, kind of annoying when you have a... Actually, Joel might have just folded here. That might have been a mistake. No, he actually is in the hand. But kind of annoying when you decide, you know what, I'm just going to win this hand, and you ended up flopping a pair, and you're like, okay, well, I guess I'll just call some bets instead of just going crazy.
Mm-hmm.
But specifically against Tillman, it looks like that is not going to work. However, we do have Dre with the Queen of Hearts and Tillman with the Ace of Hearts, so let's see if we can get some action going.
Yeah, so we've got second nut flush against nut flush, and Jorl with a whole lot of nothing. He will be hitting the highway out of town here any moment once it gets back to him. But Dre has the decision first. What does Tillman bet the flop and bet this turn with that isn't the nuts, right? Like,
yeah, hard to find a fold here with the Queen of Hearts, but you're definitely not loving it. You're very scared and don't want to be facing future aggression on later streets.
yeah, so very much hoping that this goes check, check, and that she wins, but it does not. And she gets away from that very quickly, though.
Yeah, very impressive snap fold there.
Yes, check. Tillman bets 500. I saw a pink chip go out, and she snap mucked the second nut flush. So she definitely knew what was going on there. I think she said, I'm calling this turn, but if he bets anything on the river, I'm out. She stuck to her plan, and that was well executed.
Yeah, although Dre is down tonight, she seems like a very good player, very thoughtful, and seems to make correct decisions that I agree with most of the time.
Yeah, we haven't had a ton of data points for her because she hasn't played that much, but a new face to the stream, and yeah, I agree with what you said. She seems to be playing fairly snug, but also making the right moves. Whether or not they always work out is up to the poker gods. So we know that as well as anything. Or as anybody, that you can play well, you could play perfectly, right, and still lose the hand. And that is sort of going back to what you said before about there's an aspect of skill and there's an aspect of luck baked into this game that makes it so exciting.
Yeah. Jared finding the snap fold there with deuces under the gun +1. I've tend to actually to fold those as well, especially online, because just it's so hard to win hands with them. But most players tend to, either limp or raise deuces, threes, fours. So I like the fold there by Jared. But it's hard to also reason and say, oh, I had deuces, and other people aren't expecting you to fold that.
Yeah, and the small pairs are a very interesting spot in really deep stacked poker, because the incentive is there, like the implied odds of making a set are there because you can win a lot of money when you have a set because everybody's really deep. You can also get totally wrecked by set over set because you're really deep. And so it's like this weird merging of two really strange places of the game tree because you're so deep stacked. I don't know. It's very interesting, and I will be very curious to see when people start putting out like deep stacked solver recommended plays. Like how we've been doing it all wrong and what changes and all of that stuff. But as of right now, people generally have just been looking at the spots up to maybe 200 blinds. But here in Texas, we play 200 blinds minimum, pretty much.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of the computer stuff has been 100 big blinds to 200 big blinds or even shorter. So playing, 400 to 1,000 big blinds deep, as we usually do in Texas, I'm sure it says call more often, but it's hard to do that at the correct rate and hard to lose money consistently as much as the computer wants you to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. We got JNew86 here dropping us a $9.99 super chat. Thank you very much for that. We appreciate you. He says, can you give yourselves a shout out? Well, we certainly can. Shout out to my boy Preston and me, Aaron. Says, thanks for the weekly entertainment. Hope you're all doing all right. Well, I am doing all right, man. I tell you what, I pulled a muscle in my back the other day that laid me out. I don't know if you were in here grinding on like Monday and Tuesday this week, but I was laying on the couch, man. I could barely move after I pulled a muscle back there. But things are starting to look a little better and feel a little better, and I'm able to get moving around. Albert here has found himself with a couple of ladies, and he's shipping it all across the line. He had dwindled down to 355. And Bryson over there, who had 3-bet up with the ace-king.
Yep, looks like we're going to be seeing a flip here.
Going to put in the call, yep. All right, let's see if Albert can find a double. They're talking about running it more than once yet again. Bryson going to go for the pre-tip. Oh, maybe not. He was putting in some whites to make change. Bryson's going to get showed the ladies, And let's see. Is he able to find an ace or a king? Maybe some clubs here to bail him out.
Looks like twice. I saw 2 fingers there.
All right, 5-3 deuce. 1 club. Looking to find, yep, running clubs or a heart or a 4.
Boom.
Oh, the 4 and the club. So that's going to be a flush for Bryson right there. He's going to turn his hand over now. As are they running it one more time? They are. Okay, Queen's still out in front so far. Going to pick up trips and fades the jack on the end. That would have been a sick, nasty way to get scooped with a jack on the end for Broadway. But as it stands, those players are going to keep their money in front of them. And this time, Bryson can pat himself on the back. Running it twice was good.
Yeah, seemed to work both ways for him.
Or, sorry, for Albert.
Yeah.
Yep. Pretty crazy stuff here when you run it twice. Sometimes you just turn those equities into 50-50 at the end, you know? Just didn't really matter who was ahead, who was behind. Nope, just 50-50.
Yeah, I mean, when you think about it, running twice, the chances you win a flip are 1 and 2. So doubling that, chances you win both are 1 and 4. So it really minimizes the variance by running it twice.
Mm-hmm. All right. All right. Well, thank you guys for coming along for the ride here tonight. This has been pretty fun. I feel like the biggest hands happened early on in the broadcast, and we've had just a sprinkling of some hands running into each other here more recently. But we'll see if that changes here anytime soon. We got Tillman raising it up with a couple of red 10s. B. Hold'em and Dre in there with ace 8 and king 6 suited.
Always an annoying spot here for hands like Kevin's in the small blind of do you want to 3-bet? Do you want to call? Should I just fold? You know, it's always annoying to play hands at a small blind, and hands like A7 suited are toughy, very toughy.
They're very toughy. Words are very toughy.
Words are toughy.
Oh, man, it's a whole new tagline just waiting to happen. All right, Kevin does complete out of the small blind. Flops ace high, and it checks all the way through to another Judy on the turn. Judy of diamonds. So Kevin now has backdoor diamonds working with his top pair. He is still behind the 8 kicker of B. Hold'em.
Kevin always very methodical in his play as well. Likes to choose a very exact bet sizing when he does decide to bet.
Yeah, so he's going to put out 75. B. Hold'em will call in the cutoff. And Dre here with the front door hearts still working. She can call on the button and see what we get here on the end. Is it a red card? It is. That's going to be a diamond. So Kevin here going to go from second best to first. Does make the backdoor diamond flush.
Yeah, disregard everything I said about tough to play hands out of position when you just bink basically the effective nuts here. Let's see what kind of bet sizing he chooses, and if B. Hold'em decides to call.
Yeah, about 370 in the pot. And 2 players that have opted to just call on that turn. So you could definitely think that there's maybe an ace out there that can call you, right? At least one player likely to have an ace. Probably no jacks, so going too big. Probably not going to get paid. 160, though. That's not a bad sizing. I think this is definitely going to get called by B. Hold'em, although he is now chopping with every other ace that isn't ace-king or ace-queen.
Yeah, your hand looks very strong here. He does find the fold. Your hand looks strong here, but it's just so hard to find a bluff that somebody's actually, or finding just any combo of hand that would be a bluff that your ace is beating.
I guess that's true, yeah. I mean, it's really just hearts that are like, I guess I'm going to punk 2 people off with a bet of 160. Yeah, it doesn't make a lot of sense. So, yeah, good fold there from B. Hold'em. All right. We had something here in the chat. Mike Vincent saying, can you spell your Instagram tag for me? Yes, it is at Words Are Hards there on the Instagram. So WORDS. AREHARDS. Spelled it all out for you. Words Are Hards.
We had the VPIP numbers there. Saw a couple people hover around the 50%, which is always nice to see for the game. A lot of trash hands folding out to Bryson's open here. Might just, Pratt's not folding a 7-6 here.
Nope. Joel, he's got a suited queen 6 as well, so he's coming along to a flop. Ace, king, 4, Badoogie. Bryson with the best of it. Second pair, queen kicker. Checks to him. Puts out a $40 C-bet, and everybody folds. All right. Kevin there up at the top of the chip counts, 2.8K. Joel right behind him, as is Jared. So everybody staying neck and neck up there at the top. And how you doing there, buddy? You need anything, or?
I'm good. I came preloaded with 2 Topo Chicos that you have put me on this week. I've never had a Topo Chico before. Aaron kindly got me one, and now it's the only thing I drink here.
All right. We got you on the Topo train. Yeah, it's really become a very popular beverage here at TCH Austin. And another popular beverage is being provided by Marissa, one of the front desk gals, who makes her own juices. And come on down to TCH North Austin, get yourself some of those delicious homemade fruit blends. I mean, what did I have yesterday or the day before? I had a cantaloupe juice that was really good, and then spinach, lemon, and apple that was really good as well.
I had that one. That one was very good. Yeah, the spinach, lemon, and apple one was very good.
Yeah. She's done a number of different ones, and she's working on different blends every time. So definitely come on down, check that out. Get some delicious juice there. She calls it Atlas Juiced, I think it was. Or is that right? I think that's right. I'll have to remember. She told me one time just the other day, but...
Joel here choosing a very large 3-bet sizing, almost like 9x. You do want to be 3-betting quite large out of the big blind, but I think this is just going to incentivize everybody to fold with hands that they might want to call with. Which with ace-queen, even offsuit, I mean, this one's suited, but with ace-queen off, isn't the worst outcome to just get everyone to fold.
Yeah. No, I like winning with ace-queen without seeing a flop. Pretty much anytime.
Yeah, I almost say, ugh, when I see it,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, ace-queen will tune your ass up, man, because it looks good, but it will very, very often get you wrecked. Yeah, that reminds me, there was a spot, too, playing out at Choctaw in the main event, and we were getting very close to the money bubble just right before day 2. Or like the end of day 1, so bag and chips to go on to day 2. Guy open shoves ace queen for like 25 bigs or something, and I had like 35 bigs. Look down at ace king on the button. I call him.
Right.
This is a fantastic spot for me. And like this guy just like holds his head like, how am I doing this? I'm about to like almost bubble this tournament with ace queen. Binks the queen. Gets bailed out, and then I was the guy who was crippled and ended up just getting wrecked right before the bag. But yeah, I mean, ace queen, it'll make people do crazy things, and you find yourself in terrible spots.
Yeah, not my favorite hand for sure. If anyone says that ace queen is their favorite hand, you are definitely lying.
And in fact, Will the Knit here in the chat says ace queen equals my least favorite hand. Well, it's not my least favorite hand, but it is definitely one of the more premium hands. One of the top tier of hands that is the most vulnerable and likely to get you set up. Let's take a look back at this hand because we got Kevin in there with a couple of hearts. Does have a heart flush draw. Bryson has whiffed this about as hard as you can, and the Spaniard does have second pair top kicker.
Yeah, could see a little bit of action here from the Spaniard. He might decide to call here in the middle position as Bryson is in folding position, it looks like, over there. And sometimes you can get a little bit of something and say, okay, I'm no longer in middle position. I am now here because Bryson is holding his cards not in a calling manner.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, some people will sort of telegraph that they're about to do something. My favorite is when I get in the mix here at the 1-2 or something while I'm waiting for 2-5, and the players that'll grab all their chips and act like they're about to shove all in. They look at you and they're like, "I'm gonna do it. I'm totally I'm going all in. Like, what are you gonna do? Oh, you check, I check." right? And you're like, oh my God, is this real life? Is this how we're playing over
Yeah,
here?
that's happened to me many times. I'm like, oh my God, dude, I just didn't decide to bet top pair because of you.
Exactly, exactly. You're like, oh no, I'm gonna check. You're gonna go all in, and then it's like, then you catch on to it, and you're like, no, this isn't no.
Yeah,
And
after-
I bet $25, and you fold after you're acting like you're gonna shove.
Yeah, after 1.5 times, I decide, okay, I am now just not looking at you in hands anymore.
There you go. Exactly. That's probably the best. All right, so we did get a call of the $80 bet on the flop, and the Spaniard is going to check again here on the turn. Jack of clubs. Kevin will continue the aggression, and that is going to get a fold. Spaniard is going to let that go, as he did pick up gut shot to Broadway. But, yeah, no, I think folding third pair there is pretty reasonable as well.
Yeah, I love continuing aggression when you pick up equity, although it is, just an 8 or, king you picked up, and it's always going to be the low end. But just, finding any way to bet again is always going to be fun for you. And if you get a fold, it's very nice.
Yeah, really good there, winning with 9 high. All right, I am going to step out, leave you here running the controls for just a moment as I need some water to wet my whistle. So I'll be right back, and y'all can hang out with Preston for a second.
All right, let's see if I can comment at the action without Aaron, the pro commentator here. Hopefully we can get some cards so I can not make up things to talk about.
Water.
Hold'em, waking up with ace king. A lot of people in the chat agreeing and saying that ace queen is a terrible hand, except for Raza, who says that ace queen is the best hand. Raza, good luck with ace queen. It wins a lot, but just annoying to have. We're not saying it's not a good hand, just annoying to have because you feel like you got to put a lot of money in against a range that could be very tight, and you might not have it. King jack off, of course. Nobody likes jacking off. Pocket jacks. Pocket jacks, always a popular one to not like. William telling me not to get canceled, which is hard for me. Sometimes I lean towards the getting canceled side, but never had 600 people listen to me before. But, oh, wow. I just missed a completely action flop here. Kevin decides to flop with sevens and flops a set against top. We're going to see a lot of money go in here. Hold'em likely not going to be the winner here. On a non-flush draw board, I tend to call a lot more with my sets, and on flush draw, straight draw boards, I tend to raise more. So we'll see what Kevin decides to do. Looks like he is opting for a call as well. Oh, maybe not. Yeah, looks like he's going to opt for a call. Being out of position, obviously you want to be raising a little bit more, but opting for a call is always good. And kind of a not good turn card for action lovers out there. But Behold'em unlikely to stop betting. Probably going to see another bet. And now Kevin likely going to spring the trap. Actually, with this large sizing, he might just opt to call and hope that Behold'em continues on the river. Interesting to see. You can see a lot of Queen Jack. I mean, Queen Jack's kind of hard to float on the flop with, but maybe some heart draws, some King X of hearts that you can find that can raise here. But with Behold'em having a heart, it's very hard for Behold'em to find a bluff that Kevin could have if he raises. He does decide to go all in, and it's going to be very tough for Behold'em to fold here. If he does, I would congratulate it. Having that King of Hearts in your hand is not the best card to have because it blocks a lot of the flush draws you can be doing this with. But Ace-King is just so strong that I wouldn't fault him if he decides to call. You got a big pop run while you were gone. Set against top here.
Right. Man, this is a gigantic shove here.
Yeah, it was the bet of 200, and he shoved for a 700 effective, so not huge.
700 effective. I was like looking at the 2.8K. I was like, my goodness.
Yeah.
But yes, there's the old New Mexico area code behind, 505 for Behold'em. And yeah, if he calls this off, then what? This is pot going up to minus 2.3.
$1,600, $1,700 mark around.
Yeah, I think
Maybe a little
even
bit more.
less, right?
Because it'd be 14 plus 120 plus 80, so 16.
Okay.
Yep, he just decided to call, and drawing dead is never a good place to be, unfortunately. So B Hold'em almost inevitably getting stacked, and Kevin going to pick up a nice pot and chip up. They're running it twice, although dead.
Yeah, you could run it 80 times, shuffle the deck, start over, run it again, and you will not find a way out of that one with the ace-king, unfortunately. B Hold'em going to have to reach in and pull out some fresh dollar bills to get stacked back up. But, I guess he's just got some chips in his pocket, so he came prepared. But, yeah, really nice hand there. Set of sevens getting paid off for the maximum. And the gentleman in seat 4 stacking more chips. So Kevin doing a pretty good job here tonight. All right, so we got some more good conversation here in the chat. Always nice to see people talking poker and having a good time in the chat. You know, love to see it. Love to see it. And we're up to almost 200 likes, 190 right there. So getting pretty close. And my phone is getting pretty close to dying, so I need to plug in my charger.
We can always share the tablet if you would like to. But
well, this thing is going to die one way or the other, so I better plug it in.
Looks like I got a rebuy of $1,000 from B Hold'em here, and Pratt just waking up with queens.
Yeah, he started off with kings, aces, and he had one other big hand as well. And now he's back to his old wily ways here. Got a couple of ladies raising it up. Joel going to come along. He's got a lady of his own paired with a jack, and they're both spades. B Hold'em here is in the mix as well. 10-3 of clubs. Couple of spades out there for Joel. Definitely could get some chips going in the pot.
Yeah, I think so. I always find it interesting when I have sessions where I either have 3-deuce offsuit or pocket queens or pocket aces, and every time I raise, I have one of those two hands, and every time I fold, I have nothing. And it's like, God, they know what I have every time I raise. But
we're on to you.
Yeah, it's like, I know, I'm sorry. What do you want me to do?
Yeah.
But we'll see if Joel decides to call or raise here. It looks like a call.
Yep, definitely think that's the appropriate move. Raising here and then getting re-raised is just really gross, and you're in position, so no real reason to make anything happen just yet. There is a 4 of spades on the turn. Joel will be winning this hand if we make it to showdown. Very likely that we are going to get a check and a bet now, as Pratt is going to slow down.
Yeah, Joel very likely to bet, and Pratt probably opting for a check call, check decide line here, I would assume. And Joel actually going for a little bit smaller of a sizing than I would have liked. He bets 130, which actually isn't terrible.
Yeah, 130 is not bad. Maybe a hand like ace-9 would actually bet here on occasion. Try to get value from a naked spade type hand. And then you're going to have some of his other hands, the naked spade that bets just trying to get a fold with a little bit of equity to back it up. So, yeah.
Wow, Pratt just folds right off the bat. Very impressive, very nicely done.
Yeah. And Joel's like, dude, what? how did you just fold that easily? And Pratt's like, no, dude, like I know you have a flush and I lose and good hand.
Very nicely done. I would have lost $130 more than Pratt would have
Yep.
there. So
$130 definitely disappearing from you and I's bankrolls right there.
Still disagreement in the chat whether what hands are good and what hands are bad and who wins how much money at which game. Always fun. Fernando giving you props in the booth. I agree. You always do a great job. I love to listen to you commentate, as you are a very good player, and I like to listen to good people talk about poker.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that very much, and definitely a pleasure having you in here while you're back in town. And yeah, you'll have to come back and hang out and hop in the old 510 streets again. Tangle up with Big Daddy Chaz. I need to see some Preston versus Big Daddy Chaz action again. That was magic.
I had the big hand that I miscounted my stack size in and got a Bart Hansen video roasting me. That was great.
It was great. That was fantastic. That was my favorite thing ever.
It was great to get 10 minutes of this guy can't count his chips. He's, doesn't know anything.
Yeah, Preston the donkey.
Yep.
Alrighty, we've got 4 players getting involved here as we've got 2 small pairs, Ace 10, the initial raiser, and Bryson there on the button with Queen 9. We're going to a king high flop, couple of diamonds out there. That is going to miss everybody. B Hold'em actually still has the best hand here with a pair of 5s.
Yeah, you never really feel confident when you have a pair of 5s, but there are a lot of times when you actually have the best hand and you're just forced to fold. But
Or it just like goes check, 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 and you're like, maybe 5s are still good here.
yeah, and you flip it over, you're like, pair?
Yeah. As it stands, we did have a couple of checks, and then Jared went ahead and bet and took it down. So
Yep, saw the ace of diamonds in his hand, said, okay, let's bet.
yeah, and on king high board, like you're gonna have all the best kings. Of course, ace king is the only, or you are the only player that is likely to be able to have ace king there, given it was an open and just call, call, call. So yeah, definitely a good spot to go ahead and bet out there and take it down. All right, man. Abby Johnson has just really stuck with it. Just the all caps, Joel, go team Joel, nice hand Joel.
How has
Big
the
fan.
Nightbot stopped the Nightbot?
I don't know. Nightbot is Nightbot's a big fan.
Yeah.
Nightbot is just totally pumped. Yeah, Joel fan. Maybe you just had to do like a / Joel, and then like Nightbot would be like, yeah, cool, cool. Or oh no, I guess it's exclamation point Joel.
I mean, yeah, but he kicks everybody out for everything.
All right. Well, I'm just excited that Abby is still just this pumped up for Joral, as we need to let's get some Jorals back in the chat because I've just been having I love calling someone something that isn't their name but's close to their name, whether it's like Ramplage because Mike said Ramplage on accident, and I was like, oh my god, it's Ramplage. Like we just got to say that from now on. Like
I remember that. That was
too
funny.
much fun.
Bryson getting a little bored here, deciding to 3-bet ace-5 off, and just flops an ace and says, okay, bet, fold. So good hand there from Bryson. We have a heads-up challenge in the chat between 2 arguing opponents. That's always hilarious.
Yes. Man, I love it when people start needling each other and being like, let's play for rolls, bro. And it's like, it's great when people say it and are like in the community and would do it. But it's like, it just becomes another thing where it's like, yeah, 2 internet dudes from like opposite sides of the country can just like waggle their wings around and be like, yeah, I'd totally play you for 50K, bro. Yeah.
Yeah, the percentage times that a heads up for rolls announcement becomes a heads up for rolls game is less than one might expect. Probably
A
around
very
2%.
small percentage.
Yeah.
That's a low probability event. That's running out quads is just about the probability.
Joel
of
would
that.
do it for sure.
Ethan here in the chat, still waiting on a good check rage. Yep, absolutely. Oh, man. And JTN 1968, he says his first name is Joel. You have no idea. You have no idea how this is messing with me. Oh, my God. Joel TN 1968. That's how I'm going to consider or talk to you here in the future. No, that's way too many words. But
Yeah, we know a first name and we know a birthday. Wow, that's too much.
oh, yeah. Credit card?
Yeah.
Yeah. We got a couple of Judys here, a couple of Jorals. Oh, no, it's a new thing for Jax. It's Jorals as well. All right, we got a couple of Jorals. No, that one might not stick. The Judys are just too good. But Albert here, not getting himself run over by the Judys just yet. He says, no, I got 2 overs, up and down, straight draw.
Yeah, especially when you haven't played a lot of hands throughout the night and you've just been kind of card dead, seeing a straight draw. I was like, oh my god, how do I get it in now?
Yeah, and honestly, I think this is the prime opportunity for Albert to ship it across the line because a lot of B Hold'em's hands are just going to fold, but this is not one of them. So snap call, and let's see if we run it twice.
Yep, always sucks when you're running card dead. You see a straight draw and get snap called immediately, looks like a brick.
No dice on the first one. Going to need to find a 6 or a Judy. And all the Judies are accounted for, so that's going to be a safe run out for the Jacks. And our boy Albert is going to get felted. They're going for it all with the up and down straight draw. Couldn't find card. So we'll see that maybe Albert headed for the showers, unless he is opting to rebuy away from the table. We may be getting a fresh face in here, as we still have just... Oh, he's coming back. Okay, Albert is just going to reload, and he'll be right back. So we'll take this opportunity to swap out dealers as well. Looks like we're getting Jordan here in the box, and that means it's time for a bomb pot.
Let's look at the chat and see what's going on. Mr. Delivery showing up in the chat. Never had the chance to meet you, but I actually heard from Caitlin today that you like to play some home games in LA, and I would be interested in that. So hit me up, actually.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah.
All right. Mr. Delivery, what's going on, dude? Yeah, Steven, when are you coming back down here, man? You've been away for too long. I think, he was here, you were here before the snowpocalypse, is that right? I think that's right.
I think last time I saw him was a month and a half or 2 months ago. Yeah,
it's
something
been
close to that.
Been a minute, so. All right. Let's see. We're going to get all these cards scanned in, drop a flop, and see who smashes it.
All right, looks like Mr. Delivery has no home games. Caitlin was misled, unfortunately. So my home game hunt continues on.
Yes. Perhaps a different Steven or a different Mr. Delivery. I don't know what that's about, but yeah. Let's see here. Let's take a look. We got a 10-9-3, couple of diamonds out there. I know Jared has some diamonds. Kevin has the nut diamonds.
Yeah,
Dre even has diamonds. My goodness. And Joel. All the diamonds are out there.
Yeah, behold him with a straight draw, flush draw. A lot of action going to transpire in this bomb pot.
Yeah, my goodness. Everybody with diamonds. That is sort of extraordinary. Let's see. One player with diamonds has already folded. No, that's not even true. So, 1, 2.
I'm trying to find a diamond
3,
that can hit.
4.
2? No, 2's out there also. I think every diamond might be accounted for in people's hands.
That's pretty extraordinary.
Yeah.
Okay, the 9-4 of diamonds has gone by the wayside, as well as the 6 and the 7. All right, so we're going 4 ways to a turn. It's the 4 of spades, and that means that Pratt is going to still be best with the bottom set.
Yeah, interested to see if Joel takes an aggressive line here with kings. A lot of times you look at that overpair and you get so excited, but in PLO you should not get as excited. So we'll see if, well, never mind. Pratt just decides to bet out his bottom set with Behold him likely calling, and just we'll see what Kevin decides to do, but I wager he will decide to fold.
Yeah, Joral makes the right lay down there, just getting out of the way. 2 players left to act behind with just an overpair, and the king-high flush draw. It just feels pretty rough to be in that position. But yeah, B Hold'em definitely not going to fold. He's got an up and down straight draw, diamonds, third nut diamonds, but also with the gutter on the bottom end of that straight as well, the 3-4, looking for a 5 down there.
Yeah, there is something to be said for having that diamonds when there's multiple people in the hand too, just to incentivize. I mean, you have more pot odds, and if you hit, you get more money, which is like poker step 1. So,
All right, Kevin calls as well. We go to this river, and it's a queen of spades. So Pratt going to finish up with the set of 3s and the best hand if we make it to showdown.
Yeah, we'll see if the Miss Diamond people decide to go for a bluff on this, as Pratt likely not feeling too confident about his hand right now.
Yeah, check. It's over to B Hold'em. He's the one who'd have to go for it, and he says, no, I'm just going to take showdown with a pair of queens, and oh, it's no good. Yep, no good.
Yeah, Pratt very happy to win that hand after seeing that river card.
Absolutely. Yeah, backdoor spades coming in. I didn't even notice that. Straight and flush possibilities out there. So Pratt going to go ahead and take that one down. As you said, quite fortunate to just check it to showdown there on the end. All right, B Hold'em down there, 964 in his stack. It's the shortest stack at the table. So we started out with a 1K max, and now just about 1K is the shortest stack at the table. That's how we roll here in Texas, especially at TCH. So a lot of money out here on the table in a 2-5 game. Fantastic stuff. JTN 1968 says, Talking Hoodie, we are drafting you and Carolyn for the Deuce to 7 live stream. Hell yeah. Dude, I am in. I would love to play some Deuce to 7 on a live stream.
Yeah.
Have you ever played Deuce to 7?
I am a Hold'em person right now, but I am looking to mix it up in the streets of other games. My tendency is to know how to play a game before I put money in to play the game. So, and I haven't had many opportunities to learn how to play other variants, but I think it's part of the learning process also, is just kind of losing money sometimes.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, wait, so have you played Deuce to 7 or no?
I've never played. I've watched a couple streams about it, so I'm very rusty on it. But I know that William, the Knit Lottie, is a mixed game expert here at TCH and knows how to play just about every game variant known to man.
Oh, yeah. Carolyn and several of the other players around here, or dealers and staff here, are also big on the mixed games.
The tournament I ever played here was a Deuce to 7 single draw tournament, and I took it down. It was the first time I had ever played.
Wow. All right. Super producer Carolyn took down a Deuce to 7 tournament. First tournament she'd ever played. Here at TCH. Okay. Wow.
Also the first time I ever played.
That's fantastic, man. A tournament. Cool. But no, well, we got Mr. Delivery here saying Deuce to 7 triple draw. No, I think we're talking single draw. Ain't none of that limit stuff. We're talking single draw, no limit. Now that's some real poker right there.
Yeah. Tillman must have heard our complaints about Ace Queen earlier, because he just decided to flatten the hijack and completely whiffed, as I seem to always do with Ace Queen.
I wouldn't call that a complete whiff, but it's definitely a whiff. But he does have
gut shot, yes.
Gutter, and he could also hit a queen or an ace at this point. Nobody has a pair. No, sorry, I take it all back. Bryson does have a pair. He's got a pair of Judy's. And he's going to call the bet of 125 from B Hold'em, who holds the queen high flush draw. Ace queen is out of there, though. We're going heads up to a turn. It's the 3 of hearts. Bryson going to check and gets a quick check behind from B Hold'em. And now an ace here on the end. Bryson looking to get to showdown with the pair of jacks. He does, and he's going to win it.
Wow. Bryson very lucky to not seen a bet there from B Hold'em. A lot of checkbacks are going to include kings that are scared and better jacks. So Bryson, nice job winning the hand, but quite lucky in my sense.
Yeah, well, B Hold'em, I think, had a very clear opportunity to go for a bluff there on the ace on the end. Texture changing card, right? Like, you can definitely be like, bet. And if you had something before, now you're really like, what? I don't know if I win. So they can just fold. But
yeah, even hands like king queen are gonna, kind of throw up in their mouth a little bit and say, okay. And I think that constitutes probably the top of Bryson's range there. Sam B asking about Wes. From what I've heard, he has stopped playing mainly to focus on business ventures, from what I have heard. I don't know him, I've never talked to him, but that is what I've heard. As far as I think he was in the Houston area, is that right? Or, yeah.
Yeah. Alrighty, here we got Dre on the button, folds around to her. She's going to go ahead and open this up to 75 on a $20 strip. That was the best thing I've seen all night. So Kevin here, he's getting a massage, and he was totally tuned out. Didn't realize it was on him. And dude in the 2-seat reaches over and pokes him. And he gets kind of startled and folds his hand.
Oh, that's so funny.
That was the best.
That's when you know it's a good massage, is when you're like, what? Sorry, a poker?
Yep, absolutely. I definitely had one of those moments earlier. I had raised, everybody folded, and the dealer pushed me the chips and was waiting for me to give him the cards, and I was just sitting there just drooling on myself. Yep, and I just needed to give up my cards and take the pot. Alrighty, so here we go. Moving right along, just about into the final hour of the broadcast, and we're up over 200 likes, so thank you guys very much. Blasting across the finish line there. Always appreciate it. And we're headed on towards 250 and beyond. If you haven't had an opportunity to hit that like button yet or just recently joining us, help us out. That does help us improve our statistics, whatever, with the YouTube gods. So thank you for doing that. JTN 1968 recognizing that the cards are going out a lot faster, which means that Jordan is in the box, and that is absolutely right. Jordan, one of the masters of the craft.
Yeah, Jordan, a very good dealer. Also a very good player. I've talked a lot of poker with him, and he seems to know what he's doing very well.
Yeah, when I play with Jordan in the tournaments on the weekends, that's usually when I end up in the mix with him. And, yeah, he just always thinks I'm bluffing. Like,
Yeah.
and like half the time he's right. More than half the time he's right because it's just like I just always have bluffing hands against him. And I'm like, damn it, I don't want to. He's going to call me, but I can't not bluff here. But, yep, he looks me up late. Sometimes he's right.
Jared taking an aggressive line here out of the small blind with 8-6 suited. We'll see if Kevin decides to call. Also could be, well, he did flat the button, so I was going to say 4-bet, but negative Sergeant. He just decides to call.
Yeah, and this actually looks pretty like what it is.
Yeah.
You know, when you call and then call again, it's either that or like a middling pair, right? Like sevens.
Yeah, the double flat is a lot of pocket pairs that Jared's just going to say, okay, I win. Good hand.
Mm-hmm.
But Kevin actually with a gut shot and some backdoors, so might find a call here. But not looking like it. He's kind of grasping his cards in a folding manner.
Yeah, that was a fold maneuver if I've ever seen one. But he
decides against it.
Yeah, he undoes it. He unclicks the fold button.
I wonder if Jared kind of saw that and might barrel a little bit lighter here.
Yeah. Although this is a really bad card because if his opponent was like, ugh, God, I just have second pair, but no, I guess I shouldn't give up that easy. And then binks another jack.
Yeah, it always sucks when you're bluffing in the middle card pair. It's like, oh, should I even do it anymore?
Yeah,
Just give up.
It is the nut worst card to come out when you're trying to bluff your opponent out. But Jared, he doesn't give up easy. He says, you know what? Maybe you got trips, maybe not. Let's find out.
Yeah, would be really interested if Kevin decides to continue in any manner here about what his reasoning would be. Having the king of diamonds now looks quite bad as he's blocking all the bluffs. Even the queen is bad, just having all the bluffs. But he could just have a read on Jared and saying, you know, you ain't got crap, bro.
Yeah. I mean, the king-queen combo actually blocks a ton of the value, right? Like ace-king, ace-queen, king-jack, and queen-jack are all blocked by having those cards. And so if Kevin is actually going through this thought process, he may say to himself, like, this is actually one of the better hands to make a move with. I don't know about call, but he does have nut, no pair, and it is good if he makes it to showdown. Nut, no pair will win.
This would just be a traumatizing call if Jared decides to bet again and Kevin. I would be traumatized.
I would walk out of the room to get some fresh air. I'd be like, this dude just called me down with king high.
Yeah. I would reconsider my poker career. I would. Oh man.
I don't know about that, but I would definitely reconsider bluffing that dude ever again.
Yeah. Here he goes. Let's see if Kevin sticks to the. Well, we don't know what his plan is, but calling on the turn, kind of.
I think his plan may also have been to maybe if a diamond peels, go bananas because he has the king of diamonds. But I don't know. Your opponent could have the ace of diamonds because you don't have that.
Yeah.
So that one's dangerous. But he isn't soul reading Jared, and Jared gets it through, shows him the 8 high. And, man, Kevin in massage zone, I don't know. I would be very curious to, sit down and interview that man, 15 minutes ago. What were you thinking? Did you think king high was good and then you just got gun shy on the end, or what happened, right?
I like your idea of if a diamond peels, he probably would have shown an aggressive line there. I think that's
You'd like to think he had a plan that wasn't just check call down with king high, or not check call, but just call with king high.
Yeah, and it's hard to find 3 streets of value hands from Jared there besides ace king, ace queens, which he does block.
Does ace queen go for a third barrel?
Yeah, I mean Jared is one to bet a little bit thinner. But
yeah.
Albert maybe away from the table. I saw ace queen flip into the muck there, probably just away from the table.
Okay. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, that was a really interesting hand. I would love to talk to Kevin and get his thought process there, especially after seeing the 8-6 and going, dang it.
Yeah. Oh God, I was best with king high, and I
Yeah.
put in almost 1,000. No, not almost 1,000. If you called the riverbed, it would have been 1,000. But he put in 3 something on the turn, 160 something on the flop, and then the pre. Yeah, it was. I mean, there was $600 in there that he put in.
Yeah.
And was ahead with king high. Wow, pretty fantastic stuff. Let's see. We've gone 4 ways to a flop here, and Bryson, after it checks to him from the blind and straddle position, is going to continuation bet for 60 with 5s. Just like, come on, everybody get out of my pot. This is a good board for me
Yep.
as the under the gun raiser.
Kevin, after losing that hand, is not folding a gut shot.
No, he's like, no, and king high might be good. It might be good. You fuckers. Jorl is in there as well, looking to hit his gut shot or backdoor club draw. Doesn't find a club on the turn. And Bryson is like, damn it, why did you guys call? And why is there a diamond on the turn? And I have the best hand, but I definitely don't feel like it.
Yeah, if this goes to showdown, Bryson is going to be very surprised
Yep.
to find that he has the best hand. But no, the gut shot gets there.
It surely does, and it also gives Jorl a 3rd pair of jacks. So he's probably not going to feel too excited about that, but looks like he's reaching for chips. Check through on the turn. Going to turn a pair of jacks into a bluff here. Interesting.
Yeah. As I was talking about earlier in the stream, finding those pairs to turn into bluffs is super hard to do. And curious to see what he's trying to actually get to fold here.
Yeah. It's even some aces, right? You're trying to get to fold.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how many of them do, but maybe something like a wheel ace, like an ace 5 or something, is just like, shit, I probably can't win here, and does think about a fold.
Yeah, and to be fair, Kevin does have a lot of ace wheels that just are not going to like that bet on the river. But Kevin finds the min raise here.
Click. Show me the monies.
Even with the diamonds on board. And now Joel, back into the tank, says, what do you got, bro? No, you got a better hand.
There it is. Yeah, Kevin going for the old min click value on the end. Says, you don't have diamonds. I know you don't have diamonds, so maybe you'll pay me with something else. But the answer is no. And we'll move right along here. I'm getting an aroma.
I am too. I don't know what it is.
Something, yeah, somebody's got Taco Bell or something nearby, and it smells fantastic. So getting my appetite all raring to go here.
Yeah, I am a very skinny human being, and as usual, I haven't eaten as much as I'm supposed to today. So,
all right. Well, if you need to run out to the front desk and smash down a bag of Skittles or something really quick, you're certainly welcome to step out if you need to.
okay, I think I'll be okay for another hour. I'll just get something on the way home. We'll see.
All right. Yeah, I'm definitely getting something on the way home as well. Alrighty. Steven here in the chat. I like the Jack 10 bluff, and I dislike the King 10 raise. All right. Yeah. Liking the Jack 10 bluff. So it is sort of questionable as to whether or not like a Jack will ever be good at showdown, but is that a hand to turn into a bluff? Steven likes it. I'm not sure.
I think once it checks through on the turn, it isn't terrible to say I can get an ace wheel rag off here. But it definitely is just a baller play to do.
Yeah, I suppose it's also maybe it's more about having the 10, I suppose, right, than anything else. It's like, I mean, the Jack is just no good, but I have the 10, which means that I can have the straight.
Yeah, maybe having the 10 of diamonds
I don't
there would be
know.
a little bit better. But
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, if you have the 10 of diamonds or the Queen of diamonds, whatever the other card was, King of diamonds, yeah, slam dunk. For sure. The Jack 10 with no diamond, not too sure. Anyways, everybody's going to play that one differently. And,
yeah, in the chat we see good bluff and not good bluff. So a lot of disagreement. And it was a tough hand to dissect for sure.
Yep.
But Bryson mixing it up with the 10-3 here. Flat calling a raise that Pratt has made with top pair and just going nuts on the turn. Maybe a misread, possibly, or, it's just Bryson. So who knows?
Yeah. Dude, Nightbot finally stepped in and swatted Abby Johnson. That's hilarious. Abby, you keep being you, but Nightbot is on to you, apparently. All right. Yeah, Pratt here in the tank.
Bryson, a very good tournament player, so he doesn't necessarily have he can go off at any point and just sense weakness, doesn't necessarily have to have the cards to do it. And he found a great hand to do it. Pratt in a very tough spot, kind of showing his weakness here too, talking to him in a very confused manner. So Bryson, if Pratt decides to call, is likely going to try again on the river here, but looks like not.
Yeah, and does Bryson show the goods? He's thinking about it. No, he's just going to flick it in. He's like, no, I don't think I really want to show everybody that I had complete garbo. Yeah, but nice little play there from Bryson. And, man, I mean, I wonder if you asked him, like, so are you trying to get a queen to fold? Like, if he'd be like, I don't know, I was trying to get a bunch of other stuff to fold. But, yeah.
He did vet pot on the turn, or a little bit over pot, actually. So
Oh, I guess I didn't even see that. It was over pot?
it was, yeah, I
Over
think the
pot.
pot was about 300. He bet 350.
Nice. All right, so he was targeting a queen even. Very good. Kurt Sheldon says, what's the min buy-in for this game? Just wondering. The minimum for 2-5 here at TCH Austin is going to be $200. So, yeah, if you don't want to play super big, you can definitely get in the mix for just a couple of Benjis.
Yeah. Fair warning, though, it is the game plays very deep usually. So if you are in for $200, prepare to get that money in the middle.
Steven dropping some free lessons here. The jack and the 10 blockers are more relevant than a diamond because of the turn checking through. So, yeah, it's unlikely that someone would check a turned flush. You block river 2 pairs and straights that become your opponent's best bluff catchers. So, I definitely feel you there. That is definitely good analysis. And, yeah, I mean, that's all good and well. I think that having a diamond, though, is also could also be considered a blocker as well, right? Like if an opponent had something like ace-10 with a 10 of diamonds, they might look you up with that as well. Anyways, yeah, I do like the take on blocking the 2-pair bluff catching combos with the jack there.
Yeah, super interesting hand. Bryson again choosing a large 3-bet sizing, this time with the semi-goods. Nice jack offsuit, and Kevin with the 8s deciding to set mine.
Yeah, so here we go to a flop, king high.
Always interesting to see if people decide to bet out their aces here and what people do with these pocket pairs if they just decide to let them go, especially on king high boards because people tend to be 3-betting like ace x offs more than they do king x offs. So I tend to call more on king boards than I do aces, but super cool and super exciting to see what people do, especially talented people and very good players like these two do in this type of situation.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the king high board, though, is obviously, I mean, the range advantage is still in favor of Bryson because he's going to have all of the ace kings, and there's a lot of ace king combos, right? I mean, there's 12 of those, and Kevin is just never going to have them. Well, maybe not never, but fairly infrequently, I think. I don't know. Maybe Kevin will put ace king in his flatting range there a fair chunk of the time. Who knows?
Yeah, on this diamond turn, though, likely going to go check. If Kevin decides to bet here. Not sure what he'd be targeting. Maybe a hand like 10s or jacks or something like that. But it does go check. And we'll see if Bryson decides to try one more time here on the river. The check line, always indicative of a hand kind of like a thin value hand like king jack, king queen that says, okay, you don't have a flush. Maybe I can get some money out of you. But just gives up. Kevin likely to check back and takes down a really nice pot.
Yep. Yeah, Kevin there not having it on the flop and gets checky on the turn and river for the pair of 8s to hold up. Brandon here saying, what's up, Aaron? Hey, what's going on, my man? Thanks for joining us.
Giano asking if 2-5 is the lowest. No, we have mini 1-2 tables, which is a $100 to $300 game that play on the daily. So if you ever want to come by TCH, you will most definitely always have a 1-2 game to play in.
Yeah, 1-2 is by far the most popular game here. Like when the doors open at 11, there are players standing out front, waiting to get in to play 1-2. 2-5 usually opens up somewhere in the early afternoon. Depends on the time or on the day and what else going on. But yeah, we generally will get that table opened no later than like 2:30. Frequently earlier than that. And then yeah, the 5-10 game typically only runs on Monday for the live stream, but will very often run past the stream time. So there are opportunities to get in that game.
Yeah, I know Monday's game ran till past 4 a.m., 4:30, I heard, and was a great game all throughout. I did not choose to play in it as I didn't want to punt off $5,000 that particular evening. But
Yeah, you're just going to do that tomorrow to me, right?
yeah,
Perfect.
exactly.
All right, Jared here is flop top top. Tillman has second pair, and there's an ace on the end after we did get another heart on the turn, so slowed the action down a little bit. But now Jared very likely to go for value with his top 2 pair. Tillman will check it over. And no, Jared? Oh, no. Yeah, he hasn't acted yet. We just have a misclick on the action tracker. So Jared is going to go out for value. Tillman going to fold. And Jared will take it down after about a 75.
JTN asking if I only play 2-5. Well, when I played during the summer, the 2-5 game was the 1-3 game. So essentially pretty much the same game with a match the stack format. So I was probably that guy playing the 1-3 game, but now the 1-3 game has just moved to 2-5. So I just follow the match the stack format.
Yeah, man, this game plays so big in comparison to this blind structure anywhere else. I mean, it's sort of extraordinary, right? And it's hard to really wrap my head around because I learned playing cash games here, like actually learned how to play cash games here in Texas. Because I started out as a tournament player and kind of had to go the other way where it was like, no, I like never have many blinds. I just, like the beginning of a tournament, I have 200 blinds and then very quickly am in the 50 to 20 big blind range, right? Like for the remainder of the tournament. And no, here we just have a billion blinds all the time. I was like, how the hell do you play this game? Took me a while, got it figured out. And then I go somewhere else and they're playing their usual like 5-5 game with a $500 max on the table. And I'm like, wait a minute. One person has 200 blinds because they stacked somebody and everybody else has 100 blinds? Like, what is happening? This is bizarre. And everybody plays super nitty because, I don't know, it's just insane. But
yeah. Moving to the action here, actually. 3 huge hands facing up against each other. Beholden deciding to limp cold call a 3-bet. Jared, the initial raiser, says, okay, got a good hand. Let's try again.
Yeah, we saw him in this position earlier, a little bit of a different dynamic, but let's see what he goes to here. 4-bet to 300. And once again, choosing a sizing that's like a little bit inviting of like the call. However, this time there was only 2 players, whereas before it was 3. So I think this makes a lot more sense. And it is going to get call and very likely another call here from Behold'em.
Yeah, I like to go actually a little bit smaller, my 4-bets and 3-bets with aces. I know it's exploitable, but I tend to, I tend to I tend to 3-bet a little bit smaller just to say, because I kind of want the call a little bit more. But I don't try and make it too obvious. But we are going to see 2 cold calls to the 4-bet as well. So 3 ways in a 4-bet pot.
Yeah. Well, and the other thing is, too, like whether you have aces or not, just 4-bet pots are fairly unusual, like in terms of frequency, and the ranges are just going to be very, very strong. So you don't need to go like super big. However, you don't want to make it too easy for your opponents to call, especially when it can go like call and then someone gets to close the action. Like, of course, they're going to get the best price when the first player calls. So you don't want to make that price so good for that player to automatically incentivize them to come in with all of their hands. We are going to get a Jack 7-3 Badoogie flop here, and that is going to be safe for Jared. So it's going to check to him. He's going to bet out. And Pratt with 2 overs, backdoor royal draw. Very likely to hit the road. It'll be back over to B. Hold'em to decide if he wants to play for all of his chips, as this is a bet that effectively commits him.
Yeah, Behold, I'm already put in $300 of his stack, which was started at 800. It's quite annoying to give up now, so I wouldn't be surprised if he just decides to say, "Let's run it, bro."
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's right. However, yeah, I mean, when you get yourself into this situation, you got 500 behind. It's like, yeah, I'm either like totally toast up against aces or kings, but like, did I see this flop just to continue on a 10, or was I looking to dodge like ace or a king? Like, if I dodged the ace and the king. So if he's got ace king, I'm still good, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, maybe you're just going to be way behind, but you're never drawing dead.
Yeah. You also have to factor in there's 3 people in this hand in a 4-bet pot, which is super weird. So the likelihood that Jared betting out with ace king is actually going to be a lot lower.
That's true.
Yeah. So I would be more scared in this situation, which it looks like he is, and it looks like he finds a good fold. And Jared shows him the goods.
Wow.
So, nice for Jared there.
Yeah, absolutely. So B. Hold'em going to preserve his last remaining $494, and will find himself in the big blind for this next hand. As we continue along here, TCH Live Thursday edition.
Yep, looking like my roommate is actually answering questions in the chat. Thank you. I do play at Morongo. It's a 5-hour drive from where I live, so I only go once every 2 or 3 weeks when I can find the time. But, you know, the degenerate in me has to play eventually.
Oh, absolutely. Got to get it in there. All righty, a bunch of folds. Napkins hitting the trash bin. Over to Bryson. He's got an ace in the cutoff. He can go ahead and open this up to 25. Albert here, King Jack suited in the small blind. This is definitely a hand you're going to go ahead and want to play. He's going to play it for a call, and that is going to bring along B. Hold'em. 10-3 of clubs there in the big blind. We got a couple of Judys on this flop, which means that Albert has trips. We're going to check it all the way through. Bryson opting to check the pair of aces. I like it.
I like it as well.
Picks up a little bit more equity on the turn, as he can now hit an ace or a heart to pick up this hand.
Yeah, I used to lean towards always betting my top pairs, but finding checkbacks with top pairs is super important too, because I think it gets a lot of people to just bet out with nothing, and it's hard to get value with top pairs. So I really like this check back here, because it also annexes pot control, and that he can just call and lose less money against a check.
And this is a really spicy river card because it's a heart, which does give Bryson the 5-high flush, which obviously sucks, but it's still a flush. And Albert has made a full house, so he's going to bet 100 here on the end, and Bryson's got to go into the tank, ask himself, is a 5-high flush ever good? No, it's not. He's going to fold, and Albert will show him the boat. And Bryson says, good fold me.
Yeah, always nice when you fold and your opponent's nice enough to show you the better hand, and be like, yes.
All right, taking a look at these stats. Went to showdown. Albert going to showdown all over the place. Dre, however, not at all. She's in the single digits down there, 7%. Of going to showdown. So winning or losing her hands before the cards get turned on their backs.
Appreciate Mo in the chat saying impressive commentary by a 19-year-old. Try my best. Try my best. Australia, far away. I've only been once when I was 7 months old, so I've effectively been 0 times.
Wow. Yeah, you went there. You went there before you could enjoy anything about Australia.
Yeah, I actually lived in Penang in Malaysia for a year and
Really?
a half or 2. Yeah, my dad had work out there. So, I mean, I was a baby. I was 6 months old to 2.5, so I don't remember anything. But it is cool to say I visited these places, even though I have no memory of it.
Yeah, I went to Penang, when was that? Year and a half ago, 2 years ago. That was pretty cool. Yeah, Malaysia, very exciting place. I went out into the rainforest and, like, that was awesome, man. Like, got to hold a millipede that was like 1.5 feet long, and saw what was it, a lemur? You saw some, monkeys and stuff all over the place.
Yeah,
and, yeah, just really cool wildlife. The flora was just like bananas, and yeah, really cool place.
Yeah, it's crazy that people just in other parts of the world just live with these exotic animals. Like you'll see iguanas just randomly roaming around like by the streets in Malaysia, and it's like, wow. I see a cat and I'm like, wow, wildlife. But you know,
Yep, that is a different thing. Or here in Austin, like you get some chickens just like roaming around the streets. The other day, I was just like I was walking back to my house or my apartment from my car, and just like a gang of chickens just like went like down the sidewalk, crossed the street, and kept going. I was like, what on earth? Whose chickens are those? But they had a purpose, man. They crossed that street and they knew where they were going.
yeah, that's why Austin's such a funny place to live because it feels like such a metropolis, and then you go 15 miles and in the opposite direction. It's like, no, there's country people. Just you gotta drive out 10 minutes.
Yeah, no, and I mean, there are a lot of people here that that raise chickens in the city. You can actually get like a subsidy for your chicken coop. Like if you go to the city and say, I want to build a chicken coop and have chickens, they will actually like give you money to build it or something. I mean, it's sort of
Really?
sort of like unreasonable, but yeah, that's the way that we roll here at Austin, Texas. B Hold'em here is going to win at Showdown with Queen High, as Jared could not find trigger to pull there with the 10 high. Kurt Sheldon here, watching and listening to this makes me want to play. Y'all keep up the great work. Thank you very much, man. We appreciate that. And we have had a number of people come down here from out of town. Stephen Tixay here in the chat, one of them, to come and play here from out of state. So there is nothing stopping you, man. Hop on a plane, hop in your car, drive on over here and play with us here at TCH Austin. Steven, speaking of Steven, he says, will you be playing the 500K guaranteed special event? I certainly will. So hoping to punch my ticket to day 2 from the Austin location here. I'm sure I'll be playing with a lot of the regular folks from the Austin area. And hopefully we get some people coming in from San Antonio and the surrounding area as well to play that tournament and try to book a bag for day 2 up in Dallas at our TCH Dallas location. That is our $500K, $800 buy-in event, which has day 1 flights at every TCH location here around Texas, with that all culminating in a day 2 up at Dallas. So keep that on your calendar and be sure to come and check that out. That is, we are 2 weekends away from that? That is coming up very soon. So yeah, not this weekend, but next will be the day 2 of that tournament. So I think the starting flights start on Thursday, Friday, Saturday at various locations here in Texas.
Somebody asking when I'm playing live next. I'm not going to play this spring break since I am leaving before the next stream, but I will be here intermittently throughout the summer. So I will definitely hop in and play a couple streams when I am in town.
All right, Josh Brown here saying, just finished watching this week's 510. Coins was running hot. Yes, absolutely. Taking big chunks out of players on that stream the other night. So, yeah, Coins will run hot sometimes, and when he does, there's a lot of sound effects coming out of your boy Mikey. Again, you can always check out Mike Youngblood here on the Monday 510 Uncapped stream. Each and every Monday, 6 to 10 p.m. Central Standard Time. Put it in your calendars. And also, we've got the streams for the Dallas location up and running and off to a fantastic start. Tons of action. And, man, that game plays massive. I thought that the 510 Uncapped here played big. That game is absolutely astronomical.
It shouldn't even be called a 510. It's basically a 25-50 game with just some, weird red chips in the middle.
Yeah, I mean, it may not be long. Yeah, I mean, I've seen entire hands where it's like they didn't even touch those chips. Like the betting started with black chips and it just did never stop. So, yeah, I think the blinds on that game may just go up, similar to what we did with, 1-3 to 2-5. They may just decide, this game is just way too big for these blinds. Let's make it 10-20 or 10-25 or something like that.
Yeah, and you also see with the big buy-ins, people want to get their money in the middle. So when they buy in for, $5K at a 2-5 game, they're like, okay, well, the biggest pot's been $3K. So when do I get my money in the middle? So raising the stakes is going to get your money in the middle easier.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. David Dreyfus saying that he loves TCH Austin. Well, thank you very much. We love you and hope that you'll be able to come on in and play with us some more and come on in and get some Preston dollars before he leaves town. He's only going to be here for a few more days, so I gotta get myself in here. Try to make a withdrawal as well. All righty, Joel here. Ace Jack out of the big blind facing a raise from the cutoff. Is going to put in the 3-bet. I was curious to see if he would. Going to take this up to 255. Just about a 3.5x. And Kevin with 6-4 of diamonds is going to snap fold that. So nice little pickup there for Jorel.
Yeah. 6-4 hand, which definitely you can go either way with calling or folding, just kind of how you feel depending on the day.
Yeah, I think that one is pretty close to an auto fold for me. Like, I definitely don't hate opening it, but calling a big 3-bet, even in position, 6-4. I mean, I've seen people do it, and, you know, if you can navigate post-flop very well, especially when you have maybe like a read on your opponent, and you're like, no, like, give me position against this guy, and I don't care what my cards are, right? Like, those are scenarios where, okay, go for it. But if you're gonna try to construct, like, I'm going to play with this hand range, and then I'll be able to navigate post flop, and you start adding stuff in like 6-4, it's gonna be a little bit tricky.
Yeah, especially against a player that like Joel, like we've seen, who's willing to put the aggression on, no matter his holdings. Is yeah, I definitely agree that a fold's probably the correct move.
Yeah.
See a raise and take it there from Joel as well.
All right, Abby Johnson getting swatted by Nightbot a couple more times here. So keep on giving it the old college try there, Abby. We appreciate you joining us, sticking with us here, and supporting your boy Jorel. So, yeah.
Looking at VPIPs, we see B. Hold'em popping over the 50% mark. Joel at 47 and Albert down at 20.
Yeah, but nobody in danger of breaching the Lottie line here, as that number is solidly in the 20% for everybody or above. And speaking of Albert, he is looking down at a couple of 8s. This is the 8 of spades, 8 of diamonds variety, which is not quite as good as the 8 of diamonds, 8 of spades, 8 of hearts, which would be the Steam Dola Super Nuts. Going to open that up to 35. Pratt going to come along for a flat call. I don't hate this. Against an under the gun +1 razor. You know, ace jack will play reasonably well, but you could mix in some 3-bets with that on occasion. Just going to bring in Tillman out of the straddle and the Spaniard from the small blind. We're going to an 8-high flop, so Albert has just about flopped as good as he ever could.
Yeah, we'll see if we can get some sort of action card on the turn, because right now Albert is just going to win, and we kind of do with the Spaniard picking up the toppest of pairs.
And yeah, but he quickly checks this, and from the times that we've seen the Spaniard go a little bit crazy in some of those earlier hands, I was almost like, oh, I wonder how much he's going to bet here, and he just snap checked it.
Yeah, Albert also choosing a super small sizing, about 1/3 the size of the pot.
And I think this is fine. Like,
yeah.
I definitely don't think that you need to polarize or anything. And I do like the check call here from the Spaniard. And he should just go for a check call again on the river and try to keep this pot as small as possible. So the Spaniard playing this one pretty well. Let's see how much he's going to get charged, though, as Albert may decide that this pot has stayed small for too long. Relatively smallish bet here. This is going to get snapped off, and the Spaniard will find out the bad news. Oh, you flopped a boat. Oh, cool. Cool. Nice hand. You win. Here's your money.
Yeah, I tend to analyze my bet sizing based upon how quick, when I'm betting for value, based upon how quick my opponent calls. If my opponent snap calls, I'm like, dang it, I could have got more. If they tank for about 30 to 45 seconds, then I'm like, okay, kind of did it right.
Yep, that is absolutely right. We always hate it when you make a bet on the river going for value, they snap you, and you're like, oh, God, how much more could I have bet? Like, what just happened? Especially when you feel like maybe you went kind of big. You're like, because you're always trying to do that, right? You're like, where do the balances like tip, and then they really don't want to call anymore. Okay, let's bet right before that.
Yeah.
And then they just snap their money, and you're like, shit, it was way different than what I thought it was.
Yeah, the annoyed call when you're betting for value is the best because you know you found the line and you were right on the edge of it.
Yeah. So Albert, who had just flopped a boat with 8s, now finds himself with 7s, one position earlier, and he is going to open once again. B Hold'em, 9-8 offsuit, says, you know what, this hand's pretty good. Let's come along for a call. Pratt will do the same. And Joel now. I can't say that I imagine Joel would ever just call with this hand.
Yeah, and he's been choosing large 3-bet sizings all night. He does no different here. Likely just going to get this one through, though, from the hands I'm seeing.
Yeah, once Albert's out of the way, it's pretty much a cascade of folds. Unless Pratt feels like he's ready to tango, he would play this one out of position. And nope, that is the man folding right there. So Joel going to take it down. Good cards and good play from Joel here tonight. All right, let's look at PFR. Joel up at the top, 20%, and Tillman down at the bottom, 4%. Albert and Kevin also in the single digits as well.
Nearing the end here, we have, is it 30 minutes or?
Yep, 30
45.
minutes.
Okay, 30
yeah,
minutes
so
left in
they
the stream.
started 15 minutes before the broadcast went live, and so we will end right at the top of the hour, 10 p.m. And they'll very likely continue playing, but we swap out the decks and just continue this game right on this table as it is, just without the live feed running. So
Yeah, especially on Thursday nights, you see 2, maybe 3 2-5 tables.
We had this one and 2 more.
yeah, 3 tables of 2-5 running right now here at TCH Austin. So yeah, Thursday definitely a very popular night to play 2-5, and popular night to play 2-5 pretty much all the time as well. I would say that there's always a 2-5 running, and sometimes we will get 2 tables running on days that are not Thursday. So yeah, pretty popular here, and a lot of money moving around, that is for sure. Got some big hands running into each other here, as the Spaniard has put in a very small 3-bet with the King-Queen offsuit. Getting a cold call from Bryson, and I imagine, as I'm about to say, B Hold'em just going to call for that price. He just flicks it into the muck. Dre, though, is going to call, and Kevin will certainly close the action with a call here.
Yeah, once I see a person cold call ahead of me after I've opened, I'm so much more incentivized to just call or 4-bet. And, yeah, open folding there once you get the cold call. Definitely tight, but on this hand, he definitely wouldn't have had anything. So can't fault him too much. He, again, I would have wasted $65, and he has saved $65.
Yeah, results-based poker. There you have it.
As all good poker players do.
Exactly. All right, Dre flops the nut flush draw, though there's a pair on board. Checks it over. Kevin with diamonds of his own. That's out. Donk's out, 175. Spaniard was the 3-better pre-flop with the King-Queen and does have the top pair, so he is just going to call here. I guess letting his opponent continue with any bluffs, and maybe there's a chance that there's a 4 lurking out there somewhere.
Yeah, and there comes the diamond. Wow.
And Dre, who has been sort of just hanging out in the wings, waiting to make a hand happen here for some time, does turn the goods. Got the nut diamonds, and going to a river. It's another queen, and she is going to get burglarized on the river as the Spaniard is going to run out a full house.
Interesting to see if Dre or Kevin decides to call here once the Spaniard inevitably bets. Very similar situation to what we saw earlier, but with Kevin. I'm sorry, not Kevin. Why am I blanking on his name? Oh, dear. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Interesting to see if Dre calls here.
Yeah. Yeah, well, so you're talking about when Jared had the ace-jack of hearts? Yeah. All right, so we got a bet of 625. Dre quickly finds the fold button. She's like, nope, I know what this is. And Kevin going to look at his cards, lament his poor luck, and actually find out later that thank goodness for that run out, because he was about to put a bunch more money in and lose to the ace high flush. I'm saying this as though he's going to fold. He definitely has the look of a man who's going to fold, but this is the river, and so you can kind of let that out and still potentially call.
Yeah, I'm one to definitely show my emotion on the river when I'm making a decision.
As long as it's not raised, right?
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
Like, I'm never going to raise, so then I can just, like, go into call or fold mode, and that involves me being like, what the F is going on? Blah, blah, blah. Yeah.
Yeah, but Kevin deep in the tank here may think he's unlucky, but as you said, yeah, he definitely had the opportunity to lose a lot more money this hand.
Yeah. And these are the situations that you don't often get the information about, right? It happens and you're just like, damn it, I got so unlucky, and you fold, and then maybe it even sits with you and sort of eats at you for like a day, and you think about, man, why did I get so unlucky? And you don't even realize that you got bailed the F out, right? Like,
Yeah.
if this doesn't come a queen on the end, the Spaniard is probably going to like realize that something's up when it goes bet call in front of him, and he's like, oh, I don't know, maybe I can fold now, losing to a 4 or a flush. And Kevin is the one holding the bag at the end.
Yeah, crazy how poker works in those mysterious ways, and that you always seem to think you're running unlucky, but you may be luckier than you think.
Mm-hmm. That is definitely true. Kevin does find the fold button, gets out of the way, and the Spaniard will take it down. So look at all these chips on the table, man. Look at that, 4.1K up top for Jared as the chip leader.
Steamdola has made an announcement that he is in the building.
Yo, 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 what's up, Steamy? Yeah, how's it going, y'all? He says it's going pretty good up in here. We got just about 25 minutes left in the program. We're 245 likes, so we are almost up past the 250 like mark. So we are crushing it here tonight with the assistance of all of you fine folks. Thank you guys for all that you do. Dropping chats in the chat box, dropping super chats, and clicking that like button. All right, Joel here going to open it up. 8-5 suited, middle position. The Spaniard comes in for a flat call with the trays, and Bryson goes for the 3-bet, taking it up to 105. Freedom costs $1.05, and so does this pot.
Tillman with one of my favorite hands here, ace-5 suited. I love flicking in some 4-bets here with ace-5 suited. Don't always do it, but very situational, and it's a great hand that can get some straights, get some flushes, have some nut potential, and can get a lot of fold equity.
There we go. I was waiting for you to drop that one. And get some folds. That's really what we want when we raise with 8-5, is we want everyone to fold. Yeah. What a fantastic game it is that we play. As we've got two players calling this raise. And we're getting a king-9 flop. So Bryson here, as the 3-better, does have the best hand. And will continue, likely for a small sizing. 1/3 pot coming on out. Oh, maybe a little bit over 1/3. Just under 1/2, actually. But no matter how you slice it, he is going to take it down. And we'll move along.
Yeah, Bryson's aggression seemed to work out very well from him in the spots that he's chosen tonight. So well done to him.
Yep. And we were talking about the 500K guaranteed tournament that's happening here at all the TCH locations here in Texas. But another tournament that's happening this weekend on Sunday is the Step 2 tournament of the WPT Steps tournament series, which means this is the first opportunity to punch your ticket to the 6-handed final table of the Step 4 tournament. Step 3 tournament. And the winner of that will go on to the Step 4 Cruise tournament. So, yeah, definitely this is your opportunity. If you haven't already booked a win in the top 10% of our previous tournaments leading up to this weekend, come on down. Join us on Sunday for the Step 2 tournament. That's going to be $365 buy-in with a 20K guaranteed prize pool. Top 10% of that. The winner of that tournament will advance to Step 3. Sorry, still working out all the kinks. This is a brand new tournament series and trying to get it all figured out. But the winner of that event on Sunday will advance to Step 3.
Yeah, very cool structure. I'm not able to participate in it unless I want to just play a single tournament. But yes, quite confusing. But once you understand it, it makes a lot of sense, and it's very awesome and a super cool situation. Speaking of super cool situation, Jared 4-bets aces, as he has had like 12 times this evening.
And his opponent, once again, actually has a reasonable hand. However, the Spaniard here, ace-queen offsuit. This is definitely one of those times that you can just sort of get away from it. But as I say that, the Spaniard puts in calling chips. He's going to play this one in position, maybe hoping that his opponent has something like kings or jacks and that he can find an ace on the flop. He does not. In fact, 7-5 deuce with a couple of spades is just about as far from a flop as he wanted to see.
Yeah, likely going to go bet fold here. But the Spaniard has seen a lot of aggression from Jared, and like I said, few showdowns and a couple bluffs. So he might be more inclined to call, and also has been a little bit card dead as of recently. So as I said, he decides to call on the flop here.
Yeah, bet of 400 into a pot of 9. Gets quickly called by the Spaniard, and an 8 of spades. The Steam Dola special comes off on the turn. Jared now with the nut flush draw to go with his over pair of aces. Eyeing up his opponent's stack, asking him to show what he's working with. 1.7K in the middle. The effective stack 2K here. Jared may just elect to jam this. It's a little bit weird.
Yeah, hard to find a two-street sizing here. With the ace of spades, you could just do a couple small bets, but it just looks so suspicious.
Yeah, either a couple of small bets or check with the intention of going for it all on the river to make it look kind of bluffy. But yeah, this is one of those weird spots where you get a stacked pot ratio of right around 1 on the turn. There's not a lot of maneuverability there. He does put it in, says to the Spaniard, if you got it, you got it. If you don't, I got outs. Or if you got it, but I got outs. And if you don't, then pile it in because I'm going to take all your chips. As it stands, we get a fold.
Yeah.
And Jared will take down that lovely little pot.
Jared up to 1,000 big blinds in this 2-5 cash game, as is not unusual as we see games get deeper and deeper as they go on for longer and longer.
Yeah, it's always so fantastic. Like the thing that Bryson did at the beginning, right, where he's like, I'm just all in blind for 1,000 and like let's stack somebody up, whether it's me or someone else. Like that's one way to do it. But the game will open and it's 1K to start. We start with a bomb pot, and I would swear within like 15 minutes, everyone has 2K in front of them. Like,
Yeah.
The 1K to start is just like such a ceremonious thing, but it's also fun. You know, you sit down, and you're like, I'm playing 2-5, and I have 1,000 in front of me instead of 4. Like,
Yeah, I definitely don't have 3 pink chips in my pocket at all.
yeah, no, just ready to add them out there. Yeah. Oh, man. Okay, so we've got the fixins for a 3-way pot here. As Bryson raised it up with the 10-9 suited, got calls from Tillman and Jared. Going to a flop. King, queen, deuce, two-tone. Nobody representing hearts here. Bryson does have a gutter and backdoor spades, though. With the pre-flop aggression, he can definitely continue at this. Tillman did not flop a set of 5s this time, so he's just going to go ahead and get out of the way. And Jared had a whole lot of squadouche. We'll let it go as well. So Bryson with the third best hand wins, and that is the glory of poker.
Yep.
All righty. Just about 15 minutes left in the broadcast here. Henry Hopkins here. Hey, Aaron, can you ask Preston if I can eat the rest of his Doritos? Hey,
Yes,
hey, Preston.
Henry, you can.
Can Henry eat? He can?
Yes.
Hey, Henry. Henry, Preston told me that you can eat the rest of his Doritos. I'm glad I could play middleman for that whole
that's great.
conversation. That was my favorite. Oh, boy. All righty. Tillman here. Suited Donald Brunson. Donald Brendan. So there was a guy that I used to play with in a bar league in New Mexico.
Mm-hmm.
And the 10 deuce, obviously, the Doyle Brunson. And he like I don't know if he just couldn't remember what it was called or whatever. He called it the Donald Brunson, and his first name was Brendan. So then I started calling it the Donald Brendan just to mess with him, and so now forever, like the 10 deuce in my mind will be the Donald Brendan, just for fun. That's a fun little story for everybody.
Yeah.
As Dre here gonna play in position, but doesn't have a ton of outs, as Albert has 2 of the 7s.
Yeah. Dre here with not much of anything, unfortunately. A little bit of a backdoor potential. So might decide actually to bet out here and take an aggressive line, especially if turning, and might continue to if turning the backdoor potential and put Albert in a tough spot.
Yeah, there's a lot of turn cards that are going to give her additional equity. Any 8, 10, queen. Sorry, not a queen. 8, 10, or club. And then, of course, king. But so I guess there are fewer than I thought. But it's still decent enough when Albert checks to go ahead and fire away at it. Albert is going to check call, and here comes the queen. And yeah, the queen was one of them. I don't know, something happened in my brain, but of course that does give her additional equity to the 10. So checks once more, and this board is getting scarier and scarier for Albert.
Yep, decides to bet again, as you can do on a lot of turn cards specifically like this, putting Albert in a tough spot, and Albert finds the quick fold. So nice hand to Dre. Good job finding a 2-streeter there.
Yeah. Yeah, she also hasn't played a ton of hands here as of late, so I think that can factor in too. Just like, I just haven't played much, so I can maybe play a little bit more aggressively when I do, and these guys will get out of my way. In any case, we got Mike Youngblood here in the chat. What's going on, brother man? And Henry saying, thanks for being my mediator. You are welcome. Although, I want you to save me the dust at the bottom of the bag. That I call dibs.
I think they're like 3 days out from stale, so I would lean towards not. But the dust is definitely the best part of the Doritos.
Oh, yeah, dude. You crush out a line of that. Oh, man. It's just so good. Alrighty. Tillman here. Ace 10. Early middle position. He's going to limp it. Kevin on the button. Looks like he's getting frisky with his 9-7 offsuit.
Yeah, Kevin saying, hey, 20 minutes left. Let's go.
Well, it's also interesting, too. I mean, there's one school of thought, which is treat limps as though they don't exist. And so if it folded to you on the button, you had 9-7 off, like you're going to open that hand, right? So maybe he's taking a page out of that book and saying, you know what, Tillman's limp in early middle position just doesn't matter. Like, I'm still going to open this hand. But there's another school of thought that says once people start limping and you're, even if you're going to have position, you should still maintain a reasonably tight range. Doesn't really matter because we get to an ace-high flop here. Tillman does have a pair of aces, but he has checked it over. And Kevin is going to continue. It's got some backdoor equity, but that's about it.
Yeah, going back to that limping thing, I tend to tighten up my range, probably, not to be completely nerdy here, but like 10 to 15% of like, I'm not going to open my complete garbage, but I'm going to open like a hand that, is not great. Like maybe like an ace 9 or like an ace rag or something like that. I'll still open that. But yeah, I'll tighten up a little bit just because a lot of limps are going to get calls.
Yep.
So
yeah, a lot of times people limp stuff like Jack 10 offsuit or Queen 10 offsuit or whatever, and yeah, their limp was not intending to fold, unless of course it goes like raise in a 3-bet, but like it was to not build the pot too much, and then when someone does raise, they can just call 1-bet and like go to a flop. Yeah. And yeah, like you mix too many of these 9-7, these like offsuited 1-gappers and stuff into your opening range from the button, whatever, yeah, you're going to end up in a lot of tricky spots. But as it stands, Tillman there is going to win a decent-sized pot with the top pair.
yeah. We got Jared almost up $3,000 tonight, crushing it.
Yeah, doing very well for himself, that is for sure. And we're going to do our final dealer change of the evening here, which means that it's time for one more PLO bomb pot. See if anybody can get all of their chips in the middle here.
Giano donates $5 and says, "Bag of Doritos on me."
Hey, awesome, man. Oh, I can't wait. There's actually, that's 5 bags of Doritos from the snack stand up front. So,
It is.
3 for me, 2 for you. But thank you very much, Gianna. We appreciate you. And everybody else for the super chats. Thank you guys very much for that. Mike Youngblood here. He says he's just able to check in, doing some quality time with the doggo, and here for the chat and the chat pros. So good to have you here, Mike Youngblood. Don't forget to tune in every Monday from 6 to 10 Central Standard Time for 510 Uncapped with your boy Mikey as he hosts the biggest game that we have here in Austin.
Yeah.
On the live stream.
510, one of my favorite games to watch. It's a great game with a lot of players that I know, and it's very, very entertaining for me.
Absolutely.
Looks like Pratt's got some aces. Not a whole lot of anything else. Let's see. Got a top pair for Joel. Open ender for the Spaniard.
Jared's got a set.
Oh.
No, he does not. He is an open ender. I just totally believed that I saw a 10 out there for whatever reason. Yeah.
Jared with a lot of draw potential here. We see open ender with a blocker for a 10 and an 8 possibility with some backdoors.
Yeah, wow. A lot of hands connecting with this. But also a rainbow, so a lot of players with backdoor flush draws, but nothing in the front door sort of neighborhood. Let's see here. Bet of 100 from Jared. And
from Kevin, top and bottom there from Kevin.
God, there's just hands all over the
I know.
screen. I'm just starting to really feel the lack of Taco Bell in my system here as well. So bet of 100 from Kevin. You are right, Jared going to call. The Spaniard going to come along as well. Over to Albert. He has the same draw, 10-8, and it's starting to get a little bit weird when it's like bet, call, call, call. You're like, geez, what is my 10-8 doing in here? But I can't fold yet. 3 of spades on the turn really doesn't change the texture at all, although it does bring in the backdoor spade possibilities for the Spaniard with the 8 deuce of spades.
Yeah, Kevin's top and bottom still good here. Let's see if he decides to bet out for protection or just decide to play a little pot control here.
Yeah, I mean, yes, you're probably going to be ahead of a lot of the draws, but like with this many players in still, there's so many cards in the deck that are going to hit them.
Yeah.
You're almost like what he is, right? Like, yes, you have the best hand, but 44% equity, and that's going to happen a lot in these PLO hands. But he does get one fold before the Spaniard puts in the calling chips, and Albert now still with the wrap. I mean, this is the Omega wrap, too, because he's got the 8-7. Yeah, he's not going anywhere just yet, so he's going to peel off a river, and it's a 4, which is Brick City Knights. So Kevin, jacks and 6s, going to be the best hand if we make it to showdown, and that 4 didn't change the texture at all. Someone going to try to rep something now is really not going to be telling it.
Only brought in 5-7, really, so one of the best rivers that Kevin could ask for.
Oh, yeah, so maybe 5-7-8 could exist out there, but that's a fairly unlikely combination. And yeah, we have checked it all the way through. Kevin is going to be like, I got jacks and 6s. Everyone's like, oh, yeah, no, that's totally the nuts.
Yeah, picks up $1,000 in profit from top and middle there, which is very nice. He's probably very pleased with that outcome.
Yes, as he should be. Absolutely very pleased with that outcome. All right. We are getting into the final stretch here. Just about 7 minutes left in the program. We'll let you know when we get down to the final couple of hands. But, yeah, after that bomb pot right there, we're just going to have a couple more Hold'em hands. We'll see if we get some big old straddles. This is oftentimes the time of the night where it's like, let's get the 10, 20, 40, maybe even an 80 straddle out there just to really spice things up towards the end as we get a couple more hands. But as I say that, we get no straddle whatsoever. So we're playing for $5, y'all.
Yeah, especially with Bryson near the straddle position, he is one that will put it out more frequently.
Yeah, if the Spaniard had put out the 10, 100%, Bryson was putting out at least 20. All right, B Hold'em over here, 7-5 offsuit, is going to do something. Looks like a raise to 25. He says, well, we're not straddling, but I am raising. And Trey got back just in time. Oh, my God, did you see that? She was almost like too late to get her hand, and she's got aces. Snaps in a 3-bet to 75. Jorl, he's got Jack 10. He's going to come along, and B Hold'em is going to see a flop as well. This is one of those things where it's like you're either cursed by getting back just in time or like it was meant to be.
Yeah, you definitely feel like, oh, thank God I made it, or oh my God, why didn't I just go longer? But that's why you got to rush back, because sometimes you do pick up those primos. And looks like she's going to get a little bit of value here from Joel, saving he doesn't hit on the turn.
Yeah, he's got top pair and calls. Nice deuce on the turn. That is the perfect card for Dre. She's now got aces up, and Joel is drawing very thin. Needs a 10 and only a 10 to improve his hand. He's done it before, hit his boat on the end, but let's see if he's got another call of 250 in him. And the run good to find a 10. Only a couple left in the deck. No, one left in the deck. That is not one of them. And Dre will be winning this hand if we make it to showdown, which I suspect. We're going to go bet, and if it's not too much, another call from Joel. Front door hearts missed. Joel does have the jack of hearts, which isn't great for him, but this is a very small bet. This looks like 325. This is like, call me.
Yeah,
Call me.
as he
and
does.
he does.
Yeah, nice to run back, pick up aces, and win $850. That's very nice, especially ending the stream.
Yeah, and she is quite pleased with that outcome, as you can tell right there. So very good showing for the aces right there, and Dre picking up some chips here at the end of the evening.
Yeah, that's like the best run out you can ever ask for. Flush draw, brick, brick. Let's go.
Indeed.
Looks like we got a 10 out here from Bryson. Let's see if it bumps up a little bit more.
Yeah, Tillman, he's put out a straddle or two in his life, but he may not be feeling too frisky right now. But, yeah, looks like we're going to fade the $20 straddle here. Just Bryson putting it out. Oh, he almost lost 100 into the straddle, but it stayed behind the line. All right, Tillman first to act here. He's going to open limp this with whatever he's got under there. And B Hold'em looks like he's coming in as well. Tillman, ace, deuce of diamonds. B Hold'em here, ace, king, and he's just going to limp it. This may be with the intention of doing some funky back raise stuff, but looks like we're just going to, yeah, we're limp city. And B Hold'em may not have the best result.
Yeah.
Limping the ace, king here, but we will find out. As, yeah, Bryson here, he would have never seen this flop if this had been opened. And it does connect with top pair. 9 on the turn. Really doesn't change the texture for anybody in the hand. Does change the board texture, obviously. But, yeah, it looks like B Hold'em is just going to fold for $10 here when he had ace-king. And given the hands that are out there, would have definitely shipped this pot his direction had he been a little bit more aggressive with that. As it stands, Bryson is going to go ahead and bet with the top pair and take it down.
Yeah, Bryson allowed to be in the shadow position with 10-4, allowed to see a flop, and found the best of it there. So nice job by him, and bet when he had the best hand.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like Jorl's best cheerleader, Abby Johnson, is calling it a night. So, Abby, thanks for joining us. It was really nice to have you in here, and glad to see your man Jorl doing good work. You have yourself a good night as well. All righty. Is this our last hand, Carolyn? This hand and one more, so buckle up. Let's see. Hand number 92 in the works. Dre going to go ahead and open up here. 9-7 of diamonds, early middle position. So a little bit of energy infusion from those aces just a moment ago. Jared here, ace, 6 of spades in the hijack. Going to go for the 3-bet. I like this. And Joel now, ace, queen suited on the button. Does he go for the cold 4? No, he's just going to flat this.
Yeah, ace queen always, you know, as we've been talking about the whole stream, it's always interesting too whether you decide to just go for the cold 4, because you never like to go for the cold 4. God, you know, you kind of feel like, you know, sometimes you have to, and then other times it's a snap fold, and sometimes, as Joel decided, he decides to call on the button here.
Yeah, this is definitely a very reasonable play. I think you can definitely mix it, but he is going to take this flop, and Jared is just he's engaged God mode at this point. Although the last time this happened, his opponent ran out quads. So let's see. Let's see if Dre's got a couple of sevens already lined up in the queue.
Yeah, he seemed to have taken that note too, because I remember last time he checked it through, and this time he just no. Yeah, I'm gonna bet this. Thank you.
If you got something, put the money in now. If not, then get the hell out of Dodge. Yeah.
Yeah, he's probably happy with that result.
Oh man, that was ridiculous. Just flop the goods and have your opponent run out quads. Amazing stuff.
Yeah. Looking at the VFibs too, still everybody holding above the 20% line, not even the Lottie line, and a couple people holding the 50% VPIP line, which is always nice to see.
John Sowell here says, once turned 10 deuce into what I called the Brunson boat. All right. Yeah, it's always great when you, like, you're in a straddle or a big blind or something, somehow find your way to a flop with just total rags, and then you just blast it. You're like, oh, yeah, this is awesome.
Yeah. Checking back the straddle, and then be like, oh, I have a boat now. Cool. Awesome. Yeah, great. Kevin waking up with a semi-period on the $40 straddle here.
Okay. All right. We're getting word from Carolyn. This is going to be a straddle up to 320 for our final hand of the evening. So you can see it there. We've got 10, 20, 40, 80, 160, and 320 out on the felt. Pratt is like, yeah, of course I have to. I mean, what are you serious?
Looks like they're talking to Joel whether the 640 is coming through. He says, okay. Oh no, he's just going all in. Okay.
Oh, he blind jams
He
it.
blind jammed it. Wow. Wow.
Yes, Joel for the win. All right, let's see if he can make this happen.
Abby missed out here.
Oh, maybe she had insider information. I don't know.
Miss.
Stupid little fruit fly buzzing around, yeah. Okay, so Joel jams it in blind. Jack 8 offsuit.
I think I saw King Queen suited at a Kevin in the workings, so likely going to see a call or some sort of motion there. Yeah.
King Queen suited from Kevin, and he has the most to lose here because he's got Jared to his immediate left. But he says, I don't care. I'm calling this.
Yeah, Kevin been the recipient of 2 blind all-in calls now. Let's see if he can hold with the best hand twice.
and Pratt here, and this seems like a ridiculous show, but he's got 320 already committed with only 1,200 behind. He could triple up here. And yes, 7-3 is a shitty hand, but I mean...
Yeah, it's $1,200 to win $5,000. I mean, you really only realistically need like 20% there.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, and he would have paired. Oh, there's a king though.
But he had clubs.
He had clubs. Oh, nothing doing. Okay, so King Queen gonna win the first one. Joel still doesn't know what he's got. They're gonna run it a second time here, and Joel is gonna need to hit a jack or an 8, fade the King Queen. We're getting the second run out. We don't have a camera angle just yet. Okay, ace, deuce, deuce. There's a king, and Jack 8 is toast. Joral's going to get felted here at the very end with the blind all in. Looks at his last remaining card. Needs to find an ace, and there isn't one under there. So he is going to get felted. Kevin going to once again enter the fair catch formation, receive the blind all in contribution. And Kevin going to finish the night 6.2K up off of, I think it was maybe 2K or something that he ended up buying in. Yeah. So very good showing for that man right there. And, yeah, just a whole lot of chips flying around the table here this evening. So that's going to do it for us here at TCH Live. Thank you guys for coming along for the ride. We've appreciated you. And thank you, Preston, for coming on in. Thank you to super producer Carolyn and all the fine staff here at TCH North Austin. Hope you guys have a great rest of your evening. Be sure to come and check us out for all of the upcoming tournament action here at TCH Austin and around the state.
Thank you all. Have a good night.
Good night.